Morning, Zach.
How you doing, the other guy?
I'm doing all right. The other guy. I am the other guy.
I'm Zach Rogers. This is Wayne Ashmore.
The other guy.
We're here on the dark day. Two-wheel drive layout is up and going. They're actually putting in some turf around the track, or the AstroTurf on the inside of the track, I should say. And Wayne's had the opportunity to go walk around the pits, which we will be doing live with you guys with the camera. But I guess we'll just start with a recap of yesterday. Want to fill in everyone?
Yesterday was epic. It was kind of weird to see the faster guys qualify first because they did, reverse order the round. So almost literally that last round of qualifying really didn't matter for your top 10. It wasn't going to affect anything as for points on qualifying or anything like that. So you've seen some of the guys in the second, third, and fourth heat post some really good runs, which really kind of mixed some things up because that's the only way that was going to change if some of the slower guys went faster and move some points around. So we've seen a few guys that you wouldn't typically see in the A-Main, and then you've seen some guys that you should have seen in the A-Main, not even close.
Actually, the chat brought up a good point. It's the first time, at least that I can remember in history, that we haven't had Cavallari, Mayfield, and obviously Jared Tebow's not here. So those three guys not in the four-wheel drive main, and then touching up on that is Ty Tessman.
Yeah,
didn't make the main. Very surprising, but we did see some new faces. Young Aiden Horn. Marcus Krupp was in there, the 15-year-old. And all around, kind of like you said, that last round of qualifying, you saw some interesting names in the top 10, such as I believe Brennan Schimmel was up there.
Yeah.
A lot of those guys needed some runs, including Aiden Horn, to get into the main.
Yeah, Aiden Horn actually, we did a pretty good interview with him yesterday. He's a fun kid, but he needed a top 5 run. And he laid it down. I think he ended up
second
Q3,
or third,
Q3 in that round, which put him 7th on the grid, 6th or 7th on the grid. No,
yeah.
8th. I think.
Oh yeah, as I was saying, it was like 8th or 9th.
But then once it got racing, oh boy, the racing was so close, so tight, so clean. I mean, for the most part, talked to some drivers. There were some iffy things that went down, but for the most part, the racing was amazing. Going into A3, there were 4 drivers. For only 3 spots on the podium, so it was there was no one really with an outside shot. It just came down to those 4. Win and you're done. Win and you're good.
And they definitely put on a show. It looks like we already got people jumping in the chat, so we'll start answering questions in just a moment. But yeah, just a quick recap. We have crowned the four-wheel drive world champion. I'm sure most everyone that's live with us now has checked out anything on social media. Congratulations to Team Associated and David Ongaro, his 3rd world title.
Yes.
Super laid back. If you guys don't know the story, go check out yesterday's coverage. But, he shows up, builds his car in the hotel, missed the warm-up race due to a sickness, never has ran on this surface, never been to this facility, and wins the title, up there smiling, jumps on the phone. No one's bugging him. I said, I went and talked to him. I said, who was the first person you talked to? And he's like, oh, yeah, my dad was asleep. Called him real quick, told him I won the world.
Almost like it was not a big deal. He's like, yeah, Dad was sleeping. I'll talk to him tomorrow. But, I mean, he came in and he handled things. I mean, first 3 rounds of qualifying, TQ, and he's like, nah, I'm going to go have a drink, whatever you want to do. But winning A1 and then Rivkin laying it down in A2, it was just really intense racing. It was good. Rivkin, obviously, in the interview yesterday, super, super emotional about it. I mean, this is his home court. He really wanted it. And with the speed he's shown yesterday, it was just phenomenal to see him at that level. He wished he would have qualified a little better, but coming from 5th on the grid to finish 2nd overall, and not just finishing 2nd overall, he was like on the gas.
Made some mistakes and actually reeled back in the leader, unfortunately a little too late, and actually missed the line by less than 1/10 of a second. Actually,
less than 1,000th.
Oh yeah,
so
that's right.
His finishing time was 16 and a 5 flat with a 0.000, and there's a 1 way down there. I mean, that's literally like Rich and I talked, placement of your transponder.
Yeah.
Well, that's how important that was, because I would have loved to see that last lap. Ongaro got by literally by a foot. Rivkin was right behind him. The tone went off, and he got caught. And therefore, that was the end of the race. Ongaro wins, and Rivkin finished 2nd, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, and touching up on what you mentioned about feeling the energy and the emotions off Spencer Rivkin, I'm sure we'll have a cut to it, and we'll just get the main event and then our our pit walk after. Yesterday clipped up on YouTube for you. So if you haven't joined our YouTube channel, go check out Mod Media. we have all kinds of great coverage, cams behind the scenes, cutting clips for us, so you can actually just go get little blurps of it and not have to watch the whole entire stream. But yeah, talk to Rivkin. You can feel the emotion, and I'm sure he's going to be bringing the heat in two-wheel drive.
Oh, I can't wait to see this. So I did this morning. We got here a little bit earlier. We were hanging out. They're changing the track, doing that kind of stuff. I got to talk to a few guys. Actually talked to Brock Champlin for about 10 minutes and got his feelers on this stuff. Talked to him about his car. It's a Schumacher car. They do have, there's some stuff on the car that's not, he asked me not to elaborate too much, but there is some stuff that's going to be coming out soon on that car. They say it's a proven car. It's a very good car. They can't wait to drive it and get it out here to promote it and show it off. He talked about the atmosphere of this place and the energy of this. I mean, obviously we've seen Rivkin. He was pretty passionate about that. But he almost said that it was a little too relaxed, that there's too many distractions, that there's just so many different draws that can distract you away from concentrating. And he himself would rather be somewhere out in the sticks where there's nothing else to go do. You're kind of stuck and you can really concentrate on your car. He had a lot of things to talk about the facility and the way that things run. I will say this. He gave mad props to Clayton and the new Roar president on the way things are being done. I'm sorry. Tech is seamless. The tire situation was handled very well, although it was a headache for everybody, but it was handled right. It was handled properly and taken care of, and it was a non-issue. Right. They like the way they're pushing the cars through Tech. I guess in Slovakia it was a headache, and so here it seems very, very seamless. The tire tech is easy, and that's making it easier on the drivers and everything else.
And that kind of shows you the difference of attitude in the EFRA block versus Roar, and it's awesome to see Clayton step up to the plate and start bridging that gap, but maybe not going too far over the line. And it's maybe both sanctioning bodies can feed off each other and learn.
Yes, and like I said, and then that's just talking to Brock. Brock has no, but just you go and you ask other guys, and they're saying the same thing. They're very happy with the way of Roar, the new face of Roar with Clayton taking over. I interviewed him the other day, talked to him, and he's all on board with trying to make things better. He understands there's things that they got to fix that you can't fix overnight. He understands that there were some things that didn't go right, that should have been addressed differently, and he's attacking those things. So it's good to hear that they're trying to make things better. So that's good to hear.
Thank you guys in the chat. I see Mitchell Porter actually supposed to be having some drinks with him later tonight, hanging out with some old Arizona locals and friends. They race some big cars, so awesome to see everyone in the chat join us again. Thought we'd have a day off. Nope, we're back at it, bringing you guys the best coverage possible as we are taking a view at the new two-wheel drive layout that was put in last night. For the most part, the same jumps. They changed some of the pipe around. It looks like about 50% of the pipe, and then added a double. You can see over there they're nailing in.
Walking on it right now.
I was going to say they're walking on it. Not a very big double by any means, but I think it's going to be interesting because you're going to have really green parts of the track, but being that this has already been a layout, you can see right there going into the whoop section, there's already rubber laid down. What's your thoughts on that?
It looks... I even talked to I talked to Brock about it, and he really likes this layout. He seems to think that it fits a two-wheel drive car. It's going to be fast. The features and where they're at are really going to... He basically said that you're going to see guys that know how to fly their car, know how to use bumps and stuff for braking and whatnot. So it's going to be... he said it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. So I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, and Chris Champlin actually in the chat right here. He's going to be cheering on his boys. Obviously, Champlin's just barely missing the podium yesterday, but I'm sure two wheels going to be a whole new story, and I'm excited to see who the top 10 is going to be. You guys got anything out there in YouTube and Facebook land? Kind of, who do you think? We're going to have similar people from the A and four-wheel drive and the two-wheel drive? See some new faces? What do you guys think? And then touching up on that Mugen two-wheel drive, there's been a big buzz about in the pits. We should actually have Adam Drake hopefully joining us in the booth or out in the pits later, and maybe, not promising anything, but maybe.
I don't think they're here.
I don't think they're here. Are they here yet?
I think Shin's here. I was going to cheat over there, but there were some people, walking around talking to him. So
I see. It looks like Richard Saxon in the house over there now on this Team Associated bench right here on table 3.
Saxon's here.
As you guys can kind of see, is right there.
Richard Saxon, King Richard Saxon.
Yeah, the King himself. And again, if you guys are in the Arizona area, I know during the week it's kind of hard to make it, but the two-wheel drive final will be held Saturday. So local time right now is about 1 o'clock. Make sure you guys tune in. Today is it's a dark day. People are gluing tires. We'll probably go out there and check out the officials. We'll be walking through the pits, trying to get an idea of what everyone's doing for two-wheel drive, if there's any new sneaky parts. And we're going to kind of discuss what's going on with the tires. You want to fill them in what you've heard out there?
Oh, tires. So, according to IFMAR, you must run AKA rear slicks, which is basically the handout tire, the tire of choice for everybody to run. Not actually choice, it's what they're told to run. It's an open front tire. So you can run literally any tire you want. Rules are, you cannot alter the tire or the foam. You cannot do that. So whatever the production tire you run, that's how you have to run it. But there's the new AKA Voids were available, and so they ran out of stock here, and people are trying to scramble and find those. They're not out there available, readily available here at the shop, but other guys have some don't, whatever. Which whatever the difference is, I'm not sure between the regular, the slick and the new Voids.
I believe a lot of it's the carcass.
I believe so. But so what the guys are doing, as for the tire, you can't alter, but these guys are allowed to alter the wheel a little bit as long as you don't change the size, the diameter of the wheel. So they're cutting that inside rib off that wheel and gluing the back side of the tire to make that tire a little bit wider.
Much like an 8-scale rim.
So you cut that lip off the back side of the wheel, and it makes that tire, or makes the wheel a little bit wider. You can push that bead out a little bit, and they say that's kind of giving them the same effect of running the Voids. Most of the guys, if not all of them, are choosing to run an AK tire just so they have a balance in rubber.
Right.
And so, we got to talk to Jackie, and he's like, it wouldn't make much sense to run anything else because you need to have that balance, especially at this level. So
yeah, and people asking about the foams. I'm curious myself. You can, I believe, run a different foam in the front tire. Obviously, the big breakdown on the foams is on the four-wheel drive and the two-wheel drive. As they're spinning and grabbing traction, they blow out a lot quicker than maybe a two-wheel drive front that doesn't have so much going on. So it might not be as big of a deal. But if you do have a stiff foam in there, it can kind of help keep it smoother through these corners as grip pulls up. So that's something we're going to be walking around the pits, asking all kinds of questions. We'll try to get you filled in. I saw people asking about the X-ray, what they got going on. A lot of these teams are kind of keeping things under the wraps. They're giving us teasers. I feel like they're a little bit more open with us than normal, just because everyone's like, buzzing about the Mugen, and Mugen's kind of being wide open about it. And I don't know, it's just a way more chill. You touched up on it earlier.
I think I'm gonna brag on us for a minute. I mean, with your connections and friendships you've built with the international Flare people, I know a lot of these youngers and some of the olders that I've been hanging out with for years, racing myself. The interviews we could do, I think they're a little bit more open for us to talk. And I asked a question, I'm like, hey, can you elaborate? If they say no, I leave it alone.
Right.
I'm not going to push buttons. I'm not going to, try to pry. 'Cause it's a respect thing. They'll reveal things. If it goes good, they'll let it out. If not, they're not going to let it out. So
right.
Then there's no reason to push things. So
yeah, and just the atmosphere in general, I feel everyone is just more open, relaxed. You brought up the point that Brock was talking about, it's a little bit different when you can walk outside and there's food places. You can go to the movies. You can go bowling down the street. You can do all kinds of stuff. You're not just stuck hyper-focused on your car. So everyone's just a little bit more vibing. And that's just generally here at Hobby Action, at least the few times that I had the opportunity to race here. It's just such a good time and environment. Everyone's having a good time. Of course, it's very serious. This is a Worlds. But yeah, it's a lot more relaxed than normal, it feels like. And personally, it's fun.
It is. Oh yeah, it's absolutely fun. We're having a blast up here, talking with you guys, sharing on the chat and whatnot. But when it comes to the racing side of this is very, very serious. You've seen that with Rivkin yesterday. They're passionate. These young guys are passionate. They want to do their best. Second is not good enough. I mean, even though, I'd be happy with the 40th. But these guys are super passionate about what they do. So, what's that?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Some cool pictures of our current four-wheel drive, newly crowned world champion, David Ongaro, right here. You can check it out. If you go check out Mod Live Media on Facebook, we're going to have some of the coolest photos you've seen in RC, as we have Jason B behind the camera.
There's Orlowski.
Yeah, Orlowski. You can see this was all done up on the driver's stand, so amazing work. As we click through, Evan's here, and you guys can go check out everything. Taller looking good, losing the tires in the back end of his car right there. And what amazing work our whole crew has done behind the
Oh
scenes.
man, we got our camera guys are amazing. Our still photoist, Shuey, we call him Shuey. Jason is killing it. Yeah, it's just the group of guys we have that we get to work with. It's been a definite pleasure and fun, even away from this place. Well, last night we went out and partied. Well, not partied, but had a good time. Played some pool, hung out, and we're all on like the same level of everything. It's like we just like to hang out. It's easy to chill and BS with each other.
I can't wait to walk the pits and see where everyone ended up. I know the Aussies were talking about going downtown Chandler.
Yeah.
The casino's really close to most people's Airbnbs, it seems. Yep. I know Tom and Mason and Ty were out there. I've gone with them once so far, but they went out there again last night. And so, just getting to see what everyone got to do. A lot of these guys, treat this as a vacation. There's realistically maybe 30 drivers here that can win this thing. And everyone else is, here to represent their sponsors and having a good time for their country. But for the most part, they want to have a good time, and you can definitely tell.
Yeah. Well, I even touched base with that. I talked to Tom Rundernick, and Chase the Moo was sitting right there, and we were talking about that. And, Tom's like, yeah, it's very serious and this and that. So I heard two sides right there, between the two of them. Chase pipes up. He goes, it's kind of nice because you can bring your family. You can relax. There's plenty of things for them to do. They don't have to be stuck here. And Tom's like, yeah, that's true. But also, it's kind of nice to get out and do things, even though when you're racing, you kind of get out and decompress a little bit, whereas Brock is like he'd rather be hyper-focused. So it's cool to hear differences in how they react to the atmosphere. But this place is definitely just Chandler, Arizona alone is just a cool place to be. The facility and the atmosphere has been amazing here the whole week so far. So it's super cool.
And honestly, hats off to the whole crew. A lot of these guys are racers themselves, us, and it's hard to watch all these guys and not want to run.
Oh my gosh.
The beauty of this, I saw it in the chat clicking through earlier. Yes, people will be able to drive on the World Championship layout up until the track rebuild for the BK Classic coming up, I believe, was it?
The weekend of October 20th.
October 20th. And with that, touching up on the BK Classic, if you guys want to head over yesterday, the shirts, you can see we're just in a casual Mod Live Media t-shirts today, but we did have our nice button-ups specifically made for this event. They sell those blank if you want to get them, but we're doing something special. Brian Kinwald had Crohn's disease, and they do that race and donate the profits to the foundation. I forget the actual name of the foundation, but it helps with Crohn's disease. And so what we're doing is, in the chat, we saw everyone, Matt usually has a waffle, which is you essentially buy a ticket. If you can see it right here on the screen. Yep. You essentially buy a ticket, and there's a raffle, which we will do live, and you can win. It has signatures right there you can see from the top 3. And a little note, love BK. They do an amazing job of showcasing Brian Kinwald and his racing career and heritage. So if you guys are interested in a chance, you're definitely helping out something. We don't take any proceeds for that. That's all going to be donated to Brian Kinwald and the whatever foundation that the Kinwald family supports.
Yeah, and we would love it if you guys would buy a ticket for that, but you can also just buy a shirt outright. They have, like you said, these. He's got the hats. He's got the polos like that. He's even got some sweatshirts and some other swag in there if you're looking for something to represent what you're running or just represent us as Mod Media. He does a great job, has some cool stuff, whatnot. But that was really cool. We had talked about doing that.
Yeah, we joked about it.
We joked about it, and then when they did the champagne presentation out there, I literally, Zach, take your shirt off. We're going to have people go sign it.
Yeah, it was super cool. And like I said, no proceeds for us. This is just something to help out. And if you've had the opportunity, I know a lot of people had the opportunity to race, and it's dropped down in the chat right now if you guys want to go check out that link. But a lot of people had the opportunity to meet Brian Kinwald. I got to race with him a few years, and he's always taken people under his wing.
I know he was a SoCal racer at SoCal Raceway a lot. I raced him a lot at M&M, and you just hang out with him. And after racing at like the Reedy race, or I think they had their Endless Summer Classic there and whatnot, just hanging out with him in the pits afterwards and watching him do some of the stuff he's done.
Oh, man.
Who would have thought of literally cutting a tire and turning it inside out, gluing it together, and like kicking everybody's butt with it, and hence the BK bar.
Tell your Brian Kinwald stories in the chat.
Absolutely.
I'd love to hear it.
The guy, Matty Gonzalez really worked with him a lot and really grabbed hold. Matty's, I'm not going to say I love Matty G to death, but really kind of fed off of Kenwald and trying the different things.
Absolutely.
And just, everybody says, you try something new, all that's stupid, and I think BK got a lot of that because he would try some off the wall stuff. Is it really stupid if he goes and laps you 3 times with what he's trying to do? So, I mean, and that's kind of what Matty's doing. He's trying different things, and the kid's just fast. So he was just he was one of those guys in this industry that was ahead of his time.
Way ahead of his time. And people asking what happened to Dakota. We will be walking around the pits. I'm sure we'll talk to him about, his performance and what happened. He did have some mistakes. They want you to elaborate on the rim cutting, so I'll let you do that since you were out there kind of getting the info for us.
Okay, basically what they could do on a front wheel is, as long as your front end width-wise fits in the box, as for your wheels, you're golden. And when they say they open up the front tire, there's no tire rule, whatever. The only rule is you cannot alter the rubber. As for the foam, I think you can run different foams. I'm not for sure.
We'll confirm that.
We can confirm that. Somebody asked about tire bands. I don't know if you can run tire bands or not because that's
adding to it. Yeah. You can't modify the actual tire.
And so we'll touch base on that. But as for the wheel, what they're doing is you have your 2 outside parts of the wheel. If this was the inside of the wheel compared to the outside, they're cutting off the the inside rib of that, where you would typically glue the outside bead of your tire. They're cutting that off, and it's just making it flat. And then they're mounting that bead on that side of the wheel. They're pushing the tire out a little bit to make the tire a little bit wider, and they're just gluing that bead to the flat part of the wheel instead of that lip. So that lip is gone, and they're just gluing it to the flat part of the wheel. We used to do it a long time ago.
Trying to make the car easier to drive through the corners.
Yeah, it does. It flattens out the tire because you're basically stretching the carcass a touch. So it flattens out the tire. It makes it a little bit more smoother.
No sanding tires.
You cannot do that. You cannot alter. You cannot heat. You cannot sauce. Even the fronts, you can't do any of that stuff. That's altering the rubber. You can't.
It has to be production.
Yep.
And they will be teching just like they were yesterday. Everyone's over there, and the boxes of tires will be handed out like they were. So we'll kind of go through tech again. Maybe we'll catch some of them gluing tires so you can see the officials over their shoulders. You can see what people are doing. Maybe the guys out there with the scales trying to match their tires again like we saw in the four-wheel drive portion.
I wish we would have got that on film. That was pretty cool.
And look at these cool photos coming across our screen. Again, if you haven't already followed and liked us over at Mod Live Media on Facebook and Mod Media on YouTube, you can catch us on J Concepts. I believe we're streaming from A Main as well. Hobby Action. We have sources all over the place, but most of the chat, I believe all of the chat, comes into one source for us under a Restream. So we should be able to see most of everything you guys are putting, but it does kind of click through fast. So if we miss you guys, sorry about that. I will say appreciate all the kind words. Trying to answer as many questions. We will be heading out to the pits here momentarily. Give you guys a little bit more in-depth coverage. Maybe as more drivers and managers and just people in the industry show up, such as the Drakes, we can go check out that Mugen tool. I already see it in the chat. Everyone's losing their minds. They want to see it.
I don't know who it was, but someone said that Drake had posted that he's on his way.
Yeah, I saw it this morning. So. How old is Wayne? How old are you, Wayne? Tell us the truth.
I am 52.
52?
I just turned 52 at the end of August.
You don't look a day over 51.
Thanks, bud.
That's what I'm talking about.
The younger version's the other guy.
The other guy, okay.
Inside joke. It was fun.
Yeah, good stuff right there. What do you guys want to see today? Is there anyone specific that you would like to see? Oh, check out the backflip coverage on the screen right here.
That was Shuey getting that picture, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of people were, that race in particular was one of our lower mains. And if you remember correctly, if you were joining us live, there was a lot of commotion going on. You heard noise around the track, and we're trying to, follow the leaders and find what's going on. We didn't know, but we had a racer doing some backflips for us, which it seems like every big event from Cactus, World, something, there's always the guy that does a backflip.
Always that guy. Hey, we do. No, Rudy, I'm not taking my hat off. You wouldn't be able to see anything from the glare. Can they change the front tires as they want during the qualifying, or do they have to stick with one brand after qualifying?
Whatever
they can run whatever tire is legal. When I say legal, it needs to be a production tire readily available. So they can run AKAs this first round and not like them and try a JC or a Pro Line or even a Raw Speed. They can, any tire that is legal and has been approved by IFMAR or ROAR to be production tire, they can run it. They don't have to submit 5. It's an unlimited set of tires on the front. They can run however many they want. The rears are locked down, but the fronts are wide open.
Yeah, and once they're teched though, you can only use your teched tires. So
they're taken to the pits. Only the rears are in their boxes.
Okay, interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at these photos.
Which to me it almost doesn't make sense. I would think they'd want them in the boxes. I'll get confirmation of that, but I see a lot of front tires in the pits. They're mounting them out there.
Yeah.
The rear tires are locked down, but the fronts, you would think that they'd want to lock those up so they're not doping or doing anything like that to the tires.
And you can't modify them and stuff.
Yeah.
You can't sand them. So going to the back to the pits, we'll have to. I would say right now, being that it's open practice, you can do whatever you'd like. I mean, you don't even have to use the spec tire in open practice. So that's probably why we're seeing them back and forth. My guess would be once you choose the tire and tech it, but we will confirm for you. It's definitely for the rears, and they were allotted 6 sets of rears, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure exactly.
I believe it's 6 for 2 that they were allotted.
Yeah.
Again, we'll be walking through the pits. We'll talk to the tech people. I want to talk to the IFMAR officials themselves, allow them to elaborate on how the event's going, and then, of course, all the racers and see who they're choosing. But, of course, lots of these racers are going to stay AKA fronts, AKA rear to keep it balanced.
Yeah, it's a balance thing. With our young guys at home, I always tell them to try to stick with the likewise, whatever they run.
Sarah asking, were you at the Cactus the year Butters glued a bunch of tires? So we had a car. I wish there was a picture. I wish we could just pull it up quickly. I'm sure maybe someone in the chat could drop it. Yes, Sarah, I was there. They had a driver glue like 6 rear tires on the left, 6 on the right, and just doing the craziest backflips. It thing was like, I don't know, 3 foot wide in the rear end of just rear tires on a bucky. It was so wild.
Wow, that'd be cool.
Steve, we will be checking out the pits, and hopefully, I would like to do a whole segment, obviously, on the Mugen car, and then we'll clip it as well as we have Cam in the background. He actually works for CBS doing some of their sports stuff, so he's on top of making all kinds of cool footage for us.
Yeah,
that you can go check it out.
The small little excerpts you see on YouTube, on the link there, that's all him, and that guy's phenomenal. He's been doing a great job. They're asking, cars on the track today? No cars on the track today, not till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Not even us in the Mod Media crew trying to get that slash race. And we were also trying to work on, and I'm going to really push for this still. Maybe we can make it happen. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow in practice. But I'd love to put a GoPro camera on a car and go do an actual track map.
I think that would be dialed.
Yeah, I think it would be awesome to kind of just get an idea of it. Maybe one of us, since we're not actually in the World Championships, it wouldn't really matter. But again, this is an IFMAR event, and there's no funny business for the most part, so can't confirm that, but we'll try our best.
I didn't realize we had so many Mugen fans.
I think everyone just wants to see a new two-wheel in general. It's always been associated. Losi Kyosho's now not producing anything.
Yokomo's kind of
scaled back. So, it'd be really interesting. Plus, I mean, I've been in RC or, in and out of RC for majority of my life, and I've been hearing about a Mugen two-wheel forever.
That's a cool pick right there. I'm sorry.
No, that's super cool. You guys are seeing all of our pictures online right here is our top 3 on Mod Live Media. Clicking through, very interesting stuff right here. And man, what an emotional day for a lot of these guys, really including Spencer Rivkin. If you didn't get a chance to listen to the interviews after, Spencer literally had a tear in his eye, and that just goes to show how much heart these guys put into it. This is their livelihood, and he wants to win. This is, he's not just walking around just, I race RC cars. Like, he actually wants to win, as all these guys do, and they work hard.
They do. They work hard. They put a lot of, you don't realize, I was talking to Brock. I mean, most of these people that don't know what's going on, they see a race and they see somebody driving a toy car around, and they don't understand that there's guys that actually do this for a living. It might be the top 1 or 2%, but they do this for a living. They're very passionate about it. They know that if they don't perform, they don't get the big coin, and so they got to put their head down and do their job. So when we do the track walk, I want to make sure see if we can't get out into the hobby shop in their big showcase. It's funny, they have this huge showcase that has nothing but Traxxas cars. It has every Traxxas vehicle they carry here. They cleaned a little side of it out, and so they have the first place, second place, and third place cups out there, and they put all the cars on it. So we need to get a picture of that. That's super, super cool to see. I don't know if you remember back in the days, but pretty much when Losi won the Worlds way back, I think Kenwald at the ranch, I don't think Brian got to touch that 2-wheel drive car after that. I think Pops took it and it sat in the showcase at the office.
I was out there when they were asking for, I believe it was Orlowski's car, and Larry or somebody comes up from Hobby Action. They're like, hey, we want to put your car, or we want your car.
Yeah.
And he's like, you want my car?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, we want your car. Actually, it was the Schumacher team manager, I believe, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna take your car, and he's like, you're just gonna take it? They're like, oh, just the rest of the week. He thought they were just gonna take his world championship car and just leave it here.
Exactly.
He's like, man.
I will say most of these guys that just for a cool piece of memorabilia for themselves, associated that cool stuff, etching names in the back of the D block and the pivot block or the ball stud mount in the rear of the cars. Talking to Yoshi and some of the other guys, it's something that Yoshi didn't even run his on this 4-wheel drive. He's like, I'll save that and we'll put that on the car. He even said this car, even though he's not winning or anything like that, this car will go on the shelf.
Yeah.
He'll never run the car again just because it's a piece of history for him, and that's what he wants to do. And a lot of guys do that. A lot of guys are like, hey, that was my world's car.
Even lower mains. I mean, I didn't keep mine long term, but the World Championship in Finland I did. We had, some prototype stuff on it. It was really cool. So, of course, I wanted to keep on to it. But even in the lower main stuff, it's a unique experience, and most of these guys want to keep it, especially if you're in the top 3. Of course, you want to keep your car. A really good one to look at stuff like that is Jared Tebow. If you go to his Instagram or Facebook, he has all of his national winning cars, all of his world's cars.
Jason Ashton. He's
He goes, Ashton in here. Is he going to come by? I know he's Vegas, right? But
I think
still.
he's in Vegas. I don't know if he's coming down.
Come on, Jay.
He ran for Mugen. His Nationals cars at Nationals were in Vegas that weekend. And he won decisively, I think. I mean, there was a little bit of drama about the fuel tank issue to whatever, but he won. And I think they decided that it didn't matter because he won by such a large margin. It wouldn't have mattered. And I'm pretty sure I knew that car wasn't ever going to see dirt again. He worked his butt off for that one. That was a good one, Jason. I love those times. That was fun.
Oh, he's heading to SMX. That's right, yes. Chicago. As we start winding out the World Supercross or Super Motocross Series, it is now.
Yeah, he does kind of the same. No, I'm not going to say the same stuff we do, but he does photography, Moose Media.
Oh yeah, I've worked with Jason.
That's right. You did a rap for him and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and he's a really good photographer too for your action
super
shots.
Cool guy.
He is. He's a cool guy.
And his wife, his family, they do it together. So if you guys are ever at an event and you see Mad Moose Media, be sure to go support them. They actually used to come to the Reedy race when we had the Reedy race at OCRC and take photos and print on demand. It was really cool, and maybe we can get JA out here again for something like that. That'd be cool.
Just he was. I think he was one of the first guys I seen that would actually take pictures of your car on the track, and you could buy.
That's what I mean.
Literally right there, you could buy a cool, a really cool ass shot of your car, going an action shot around the car and around the track. And I think we have one from Tanner at a Vegas track. I think it was Jason. I'm not sure, but when Tanner was like almost 6.
Yeah, it's super cool, and a lot of people like to take that stuff home with them.
Oh, it's hanging up in my wall.
Exactly.
In my office.
Let's see what else we got in the chat. You guys want to ask some interesting questions that we can answer? I saw someone asking for a pan of the 2-wheel drive layout. So Olsen, if you don't mind, if we can get back out there while they're working on it, just give us a quick pan around or switch to another camera angle maybe for a second. Or
when is Mugen going to reveal? We don't know.
Oh, that's going to be questioned over and over. We will for sure be going over there today. So if you know anyone that's interested in the Mugen, of course, we're going to be covering that. And then if you miss it, we will be cropping that section alone and then uploading it to our YouTube. And make sure you guys check that out. Hopefully we can talk to Drake and Shin and hopefully get some video and pictures for you under the hood. They haven't told us and confirmed for sure that we could do it, but the way that they've been talking about it sounds like we are going to see it.
Yeah. It was kind of funny because we're sitting there. I went out and I talked. You guys made me go talk to Shinadachi about it. This and that, and when I come back in the booth, we're talking about it, and then all of a sudden Drake pops up, and he's just really one-wording it, and this and that. And Rhonda Drake pops in. So what do you guys think? And it was
but
no more.
They were talking about it during the 4-wheel. But then they said on Wednesday, they're like, Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday. So it's I don't know. Maybe that's the plan.
Yeah.
The new Hot Bodies 2-wheel drive. I didn't know much about that personally. I know Will Cushing is here with the Hot Bodies, and I've seen in the chat people have said that there's another 1 or 2 Hot Bodies drivers. So I'll have to go talk to Will Cushing and see if he has it or if there is any information on that. I do know that Yokomo had a 4-wheel drive out that's new, and then of course we've been covering the 2-wheel drive. X-Ray for sure has some parts on their 4-wheel drive. Can't confirm on their 2-wheel. You said that Schumacher has some stuff going on.
Some cool stuff on their new cars.
Is that 2-wheel and 4-wheel?
But they had a few things. Arlovsky did comment that they had some new stuff For the four-wheel, some they ran some, they didn't run some, they liked some, they didn't like some, so they kind of whatever. But for the two-wheel,
you see what I see in the chat? Rhonda put Adam just pulled up to the track.
That means Rhonda didn't come.
I know. What the heck's up with that, Rhonda? She was actually, I just saw on Facebook, won a TNS race yesterday. Or Sunday it would be,
Nice.
I believe. Sunday or Saturday, whenever they race.
So just to get in here with you guys real quick, check
boy.
out that Blue Groove versus kind of that new section.
Yes, you were discussing
Talk a little bit about that.
I wish this worked so I can like draw on it and you could say this right here.
I'm gonna have
was the line
Wayne calling me out.
Matt, come on, dude.
Come on, man.
Mother Matt.
Hey,
Come
you left
on,
me up here
man.
for an hour and a half last night. I'm gonna call you.
Well, I'll get it working today that you could do that.
I just give you a hard time, but you can definitely see the difference in that. You can see where the layout was, where they had like an S right there, like a chicane, and then you can see where this 180 is, where the rubber's already laid down, and then you can see the little paint lines right there. That was the old track, and now we're using that, so you can definitely see the fresh dirt as I'm throwing stuff around. Sorry, guys.
And yeah, so it is, Kyle mentions a good point. It is due to a rule change. So two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive, I believe it is 20% track change. That's mandatory. They've done probably, if you actually looked at it, closer to 40 to 50% on the actual piping. And one thing that I have noticed, and I don't know if this had to do with us or if this is just how they planned it, but going into one of the switchbacks right before the whoop section, I'll point that out whenever the camera gets to it, right to your left a little bit more, right there. So if you see that pipe, it's not actually looped around like the rest of the track. See how it's just buried into the ground, so you can actually get two wheels up on it, kind of use it as a curb. And I was bringing up how the Euro drivers are more used to being able to hit apex.
The curb, they kind of put the two tires up on the top of it.
So very interesting. That's the only part of the track that's like that. Like I said, not sure if that was the plan all along or not, but that'll be cool to see. And then, as you mentioned, you can see the blue groove in certain areas. The track was for the four-wheel, so it's going to be extra green in some spots, and then there will be traction. So kind of curious to see how cars will hook up that way. But the track is looking really good. Every driver I've talked to so far, literally every single driver I've talked to has said how fun this layout is.
Yes. And they're super pumped for this new one. All of them came in. They're all like studying it. We've had several out walking around. Most of them will come up here on the driver's stand. They're just kind of looking to get their view, see where they want to stand on the driver's stand. Brock said it's going to be a lot faster for the two-wheel drive. And he flat out said he wished he had a layout like this for the four-wheel drive. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Walking around, I did ask questions to several drivers, and all of them said the same thing. The difference from the warm-up race, from the one-up challenge, the buggy challenge, to the Worlds. So at the Worlds warm-up race, they had two classes. You had a stock class and a mod class. The stock classes, it was an open tire, and they got to sauce. So there was sauce on the track. And then the mod guys, it was a gentleman's agreement, no sauce, run a controlled tire, it is what it is. They're saying, most of them are saying that the track has more traction now than it did then.
Right.
Because of the wear of the tires, no sauce, it's a natural rubber on the tire, or on the track, and it's grooving up nicely. Brock said it yesterday in his interview that it was pretty even all the way across the board, right up until about that A3. It felt more like this place
Drake
normally
just
feels.
walked in the building.
And we were just told that Drake is here, so I'm waiting for our crew to go jump on
I bet
him.
he's going to be
mobbed.
Yeah, mobbed by everyone, including us, hopefully soon. But I do want to address something that was asked in the chat, asking about our schedule. Practice-wise, today is just dark track, as you get a view right there. Drake talking to Ronnie Rivkin, that's Spencer's father, and it looks like Mike Truey with his back against the wall, and maybe Tim Long. Yep. So going through the schedule tomorrow, there are 4 rounds of free practice, followed by 2 rounds of controlled practice starting at 9 a.m. local time. So be sure to set your alarms. And then Friday, we are going to have 1 round of controlled practice, usually a lot shorter, followed by all of our, or not all of them, but 4 of our 5 qualifying rounds. And then Saturday will be our final round of a quick controlled practice. That's usually that 2-minute one. And then the final round of qualifying, they are taking the best 3 out of 5, much like they did in 4-wheel. And then we will have our A main practice and start lower mains, and there will be triple A mains just like 4-wheel drive.
Pretty much a mirror of the Sun program, other than we'll probably start more on time tomorrow.
Yeah.
Monday was a very, very long, Sunday. Sunday was a very long day.
Have you guys read the statement regarding SDRC? Zach McConnell saying, I have not seen anything, so
No, we have
hopefully
not.
it's not. I saw someone in the chat box. I didn't bring it up yesterday when you mentioned that there was only 3 indoor tracks left in California. Someone
Yes.
said it's about to be 2, so hopefully
That's not true.
that's not true, and hopefully that's not what we're referring to, but I'm sure someone could fill us in more, and maybe I'll check on my phone real quick if you want to talk to him and see if I
Not
can.
good. We don't want to hear that at all. That's not even a rumor we want to hear.
Right. Let's see if I can look up SDRC and
David Taylor, no, we haven't seen anything yet. Adam Drake just pulled in. You can see him on the camera. He's still talking to people. He hasn't been but 15 feet into the place yet. He's talking to some of the other Mugen drivers. You got Mike Truey right there across from him. So it might be a little while before we get him, but we'll get him. Nonetheless, we're going to be here for a while today. And so we're going to see what's going on with rumors of SDRC. Uh-oh.
So we got it pulled up on the screen here, Matt. It's a little bit off. I'm sure you can see it off balance there.
Zach's reading it right now. So,
Well, it looks like they are continuing business, though, so we'll continue to operate the business in the meantime as we have done for the last few years, so as long as it remains feasible and falls in line with our personal and financial goals. So, nothing official of closing that, and that's good to hear. So, and it's cool seeing everyone address these things. We were talking about this, social media gets a bad rap a lot of the time, and at the same time it can be used for good. So we would hear rumors, and I've been on the other side at home, and you're just like, oh, I heard this at this race, and you don't know anything, then you don't know what's true.
People hear little tidbits and they fly with it, and then they think it's the right thing, and it's not. And then you actually see things come to fruition because they almost have to after people start talking about it. So.
And it looks like Brendan Edwards, I believe, that's awesome. He's taken part of it. He's been a long-time racer out of SDRC. Really nice guy. I not grew up racing with him, but met him when I was racing, and he's seriously one of the kindest dudes. So if he's going to be part of that program, I'm sure that's going to be a benefit for them and everyone in San Diego. We lost OCRC, and that was a bummer. And fortunate enough, I'm not into racing myself anymore, but in my local town of Bakersfield, California, I've got to give a quick shout out to Rain Man's Hobbies. Those guys literally put their life and soul into bringing RC tracks. So for those of you out there that have a local track, be sure to support them. I know we talk about it all the time, but it really is important. If you care about this hobby as much as everyone else does, go to your track, race, try to help. I've been guilty of it myself. It's easy to look at the negative things and complain about something. Go help fix it. If there is a negative, do your part and try to be the change that you want to see.
Yeah. Chris Champlin chimed in. He used to own track in Utah. And it is a hard work. It's you're not going to make millions of dollars if barely break even.
Tens of cents, Matt would say.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to make maybe tens of cents, maybe. You're married to it. It's just it's I don't know. It's just
you do it because you love it.
It takes a special person to want to dump money into a business like this. Larry here has done a great job. It's just it's tough to run a business like this, especially with the. It's so easy for the consumer to just go somewhere else and buy something online, which has kind of been a hiccup with this industry. So it's kind of hard to, if your track doesn't have it right there readily available for you, instead of most of the guys, well, I'll just order it from A-Main, or I'll just order it from here, or I'll order it from there, instead of saying, hey, track owner, can you order this for us, and maybe put a couple extras on the shelf.
And talk to your owners about that, because I understand. Like I said, I've been guilty of it. We're all guilty of it. And sometimes the tracks maybe don't have what you have, and there's this little bit of friction that builds up and stuff, but that's kind of where we have to do our part to be like, look, this is what needs to be done. I'm trying to help you. Let's help each other and grow this, because it really is difficult. I've been in multiple facilities. I've helped build up, Finish Line, which will be hosting the 10 Scale Worlds. David Mayhew has done a phenomenal job throughout his whole RC racing, and he's had carpet oval, carpet off-road. Now he has a paved on-road and stuff. And the amount of support, because he's out there putting his heart and soul, and the people that come around, and you can see it here and hiring the best guys, but it comes from the top. Obviously the owners have to be involved, but do your best to do your part too. And like I said, just positivity helps.
My thing is give these shop owners a chance. Give them a chance to make you happy. You can't just say, oh, you don't have it. All right, I'm just going to go ask them. Can you order it? Can we get it on the shelf? There's other guys that want what I want. So if you order one for me, put 5 on the shelf. Typically, if I want something, somebody else is going to want it. So why not put more on the shelf? So most of these guys, most of these shop owners are there to help you because they know if you're going to support them, they're going to support you, and it's a windfall for everybody. So I don't know if you remember a few years ago when OCRC was open and a couple other tracks. BT was taking wherever the team was, whatever big race they went to. They had a $5 challenge.
I do remember this.
And so he basically was asking everybody, all the sponsor drivers, at least spend $5 in a hobby shop. Wherever you go, even if it's not your home track, is your home track, lay down $5, buy something for $5-10.
Kudos to BT for that, by the way.
Yeah, and it was like, for someone like, I mean, literally, he does not have to pay for anything RC when he's traveling. And so for him to say, you know what, let's do this for our track owners. Let's support our hobby shops, which is super, super important. Without a facility like this, why would I want an RC car?
Yeah, and it's so easy to do, just go over there and help support them. And help the local racers. You got to build up the new, 40 class has really grown in the last couple of years, but we want to see the rookies out there. Traxxas takes a lot of heat and stuff, but they did a great job of helping get people into this hobby. And it really just comes down to the local level. As we're taking some cool pictures right here, you can see how we got those backgrounds for. Look at our media model. That's one of the guys behind the cameras.
That's Robbie. He's one of our camera guys, and the dude is just a solid guy. They're a lot of fun. And that's Chewy taking the pictures.
Yep. You can tell why. Look at them big old shoes.
Yeah. Chewy.
That's a big shoe right there. Just shoe.
We are working on a Min of Mod calendar.
Yeah.
And so
maybe we should get ones of Ari. No one wants to see freaking Robbie, get out of there, dude.
So that calendar will be available on the mod.
We're not going to have a Min of Mod calendar. Don't worry, guys.
Oh, we are.
Don't worry.
We already have some things.
Yeah, Matt's like, absolutely not.
I'll shut that down.
You'll make tens of cents.
I'll make tens of cents on that one. The printing on that one and the flack that we would get would be unsustainable. Could not come back.
Cass,
could not come back.
Cass asking what you can get for $5 in a hobby shop. We're talking about literally just buying drinks, sodas, anything that they have. I mean, you can buy. It doesn't have to be $5, right? That's just saying, hey, a minimum.
That's just a start.
Yeah, just a start. Like, you don't have to just, I can only spend $5 here. Like, no, go find something.
And listen,
support them.
Here's the thing too: is I do have companies that I support me. I'm still going to go in there and purchase stuff. I mean, why not?
This guy's out of line. Absolutely out of line, Robbie, over there. He's been a hoot all weekend, and so is everyone, honestly, behind the scenes. So these guys talking about, supporting your track and having a good time, the atmosphere is a big part of it, too. So if you're out there and maybe you're not buying anything and stuff, but like I said, I was fortunate enough to be surrounded by awesome racers such as yourself growing up and just being that positive role model and support and helping grow this hobby because ironically, people forget club racing is called club racing because it used to just be clubs out in the middle of parks.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's where it gets that terminology from in club racing. And so, I mean, living in Bakersfield, I'm lucky enough. We have a really cool RC family.
Silly goose,
exactly. We travel well, we all hang out, we have a good time, and it's fun, and now we got somebody else breaking the camera.
That's a CX shirt that boy's wearing. That boy handsome right there.
But with that being said, if we didn't have a track to race out, I wouldn't have an RC family. I wouldn't be able to go race my car.
Right.
So that's why, even though I don't have to, I do spend $20 a week or whatever, whenever I can, I buy something from my shop to support them. And here's another big thing too, and this falls on the sponsor drivers. Typically, somebody breaks apart, and they go to the sponsor driver first. And hey, do you have this? And my answer is, well, you need to go see if they have it on the wall first. If they don't have the wall, then maybe we'll help you out. But you need to go see if the hobby shop has it first before you go to the sponsor driver. Although, yes, most of us travel with a lot of extra parts and stuff like that. But if you keep going to that sponsor driver or whatever else for a part that you broke, what's going to happen? You're going to end up not having a place to run your car.
Right. And honestly, just kind of on that topic of the difference between pros and quote-unquote Joes or just our enthusiasts, the actual customer base. You told me a really interesting story of Ryan Mayfield when you met him back in the Vegas days. If you care to, I'm sure the guys online, gals and girls.
It was at the Reedy race when they first brought the Reedy race. Is
Yeah.
that what you're talking about?
No. I'm talking about, was it the Reedy race it was in Vegas, I do believe.
That was the last Losi race that they had.
Yeah,
in
tell that
Mayfield.
story. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was one of the last Losi races they have. It was in Vegas. Wasn't a very, which was funny for Vegas, there really wasn't a big turnout at all. And so they were talking about running a few more qualifiers just to kind of fill the day and give everybody more racing or whatnot. This particular track, it was abrasive. It wore your tires out, so you would be running a few more sets of tires, whatever. And so, at the time, kind of being dumb to the hobby or whatever, I was young in it. We asked all the pros to come up and we asked them the question: do you guys want to run more qualifiers or what do you guys want to do? And everybody was kind of humming it. Ryan Mayfield was the only one. He's like, you're asking the wrong people. We don't pay for our stuff. You need to ask the other guys. You need to ask the guys that are buying tires from you what do they want to do. They're the ones paying the bills. They got to buy their tires and whatnot. So those are the people you need to ask because it's an extra cost to them. Mm-hmm. We just reach in our bag. They have to go buy tires. And we literally ended up running the basic program. We didn't add any heats because people were like, yeah, it's an extra $50, $60, $100 we got to put out for tires. And a lot of those guys don't have the money. Yeah. And so that's just that. First of all, Ryan Mayfield is just an amazingly stand-up dude. And he just, that's why everybody he's one of those guys everybody kind of waits when things are going wrong, like the tire debacle here. Everybody's just like, okay. Everybody has kind of the same ideas. Ryan's the one that says it.
Yeah.
And,
always, including to this weekend.
Yes.
Or this week.
He's just that guy. You're not always going to like the way he presents it to you, but he's going to tell you exactly how he feels. Whether you like it or not, it's not up to him. That's up to you.
Yep. And it's usually the right call.
I will say, that's what I was going to say. 99% of the time, he's right. I mean, he's been racing long enough. He understands.
Kenny asking, does Bakersfield still have the track under the large canopy? No, it's an indoor track. Was bought out. That unfortunately went away a long, long time ago. And
about
then
13 years ago?
Well, I believe it was under the canopy. Then they moved it to when I started racing. Yep. It wasn't under the canopy. And then it's gone through a few changes since then. And then also Olsen getting a request to jump back in the booth over here. Jared's asking. We need Matt back in the booth. So if
Matt, you can come sit back here for like an hour and a half.
He's got a mic on. He can join at any time.
What's up?
What do you guys want to hear from Matt? Matt, jump in here if there's some questions.
He's going to be on the cover of the Minute Mark.
Jared's asking. Yeah, Jared's asking to get you back. So what's your experience so far, Matt? We were talking about it the other day. I interviewed you quickly. I know you're a busy man. I could see you already typing away. He's got 10 things going on currently.
Kazakria, that's the homie.
Yeah, so.
He's up in Idaho. That's HRC, our Brian Eider.
There we go.
Those guys are awesome. Yeah, the event's going well, guys. To say the least, it has been a pleasure to to do this. I'm behind you guys can't see me. I'm over there. I'm behind that pole right there.
Darn it.
You can see my hand. There you go.
Maybe we can get Chris to jump on over here.
He hides behind
I hide behind that pole right there. Yeah. It's been really cool. Just the team that we've assembled out here has been amazing. We got Shu over there. I knew Shu, since my extreme days, and he was amazing there when we worked at the magazine. And now he lives in Kentucky, and he does weddings and different stuff like that. But still, he's into RC, shot JBRLs and stuff like that. But you go and you look at this guy's work, and it's just another level. And we're actually going to be losing Shu on Thursday. He does have a wedding to shoot, so we're going to do our best to still get you guys those cool photos. The live coverage is going to stay the same, but our photography coverage, in all honesty, may dip a little bit because he had prior engagements.
We will make sure that we get Shu to go get some Mugen photos before this, right?
We're going to try and get as much as we can out of him the next day or two. And but look at him, he just does such a good job. And then we got David over here, just shouting out our crew in the back. I've known David for as long as I've known you, Zach.
Yeah.
So just about as long, probably 15 years, 20 years. And
grew up racing with you guys.
Yeah, that's Ari on the right. That's David's girlfriend. And then we got Robbie. Rob, he kind of came onto the scene the last week. He's saying, "What's up?" And he sees what's going on. And
what's nice about that, Matt, is he can hear you, but he can't hear us.
Oh, there you go. That's true. Actually, he can't hear us.
Matt, you need to go to your Facebook and send
what's up.
some friend requests, it looks like.
Maybe, possibly.
Shane's in here giving you some love. There's us over here. You can see us from the
so we got our guys over there. We got this nice, shout out to Stick It One guys. And,
yes.
we got to shout out all of our sponsors
our nice
here.
background
you can
here.
See all those things. We got the
it looks like I'm presenting Zach, but the background is cool for us. Yeah.
Sanwa, Coca-Cola, Team Associated, Stick It One, P1 Construction, Angry Crab Shack, Roar, just amazing Hobby Action, obviously. So it's just been they got the panda in the background currently staring us down to make sure that we're working.
You can see Cam.
Look at Cam. That's Cam's head.
And he's a give him a rundown about him. Yeah.
So Cam works for CBS Sports. He's in the back there. He works on post-production stuff.
We need to get Cam over here so we can get him some love.
Yeah. He's amazing. We're going to get Cam over here. He's been kind of in the shadows. He's been coming up with some pretty good videos, guys. Let me see if I can pop up a video here for you.
We love the guy because he's never been this far west.
All he wanted to do was see a cactus.
He's from New Jersey. He's never seen a cactus.
We'll get him right here. I'm sure he's coming over here. There he is.
And literally all week long, he's been stuck in this little corner typing away on his computer.
He's been in the corner.
Tell him to wave. Give him.
He wants to get his photo taken. So this is Cam's one of our new guys over there.
Yeah. So this is Cam. You're gonna go over there and hang out.
Oh yeah. You can. Matt can follow you around and introduce these guys because honestly, I know you guys are probably like, oh, whatever, like. What's going on? Go through the pits.
Right there. Look, there's a camera up there, Cam.
This guy is talented.
On the pole hanging down.
You see the pole?
He's talented.
See, we keep Cam in a box.
You can see it on the screen.
All right, now back to work.
Yeah, get back to work, Cam. As he runs off. So.
And Michael asking, can we talk about the change for the layout? Matt, while you have the camera.
Yeah, we'll check it out here. So we've got here, as you guys know, it used to come off the straightaway here. They went over this double, and then it went straight in. You guys can see where it actually looped. You can see that black marker.
That was a 180.
And this would be awesome to have the telescribing right now that I am not set up. But it would come around there, and then you'd go straight into the triple here. And obviously, you guys can watch the video. But now we're going to go double. We got a single there. I don't think that they're going to be able to. They will not be able to triple that. No way.
Brock will try.
So they're going to go down. Kind of looking at this, I looked at the apex of this corner and if I were a driver hitting that from the inside, maybe with a four-wheel you could do it and get onto this tabletop here, but I don't imagine two-wheel drive without hitting it on the outside, almost curving in on the outside of this and then hitting it a little wide to get onto this tabletop, which will be a faster line. If not, they're going to have to hop down into it, preload it, get over the tabletop, and then single again rather than shooting off of that thing. They're going to come down here. Last time they shot through here and they made a right hand right there. So that at that apex of that pipe, they're coming back in. They made that change, like Zach said. That's a complete 180, something we're not really used to. There might be some major passes there. You can see that blue groove kind of line up here. We come into those are actually that's like a little 5-pack rumble strip section thing there. Guys have been shooting into that. They've been skipping 4 of them and hitting the last one. That's where Sammy Moran got blasted yesterday. And
just had to add that, didn't you?
I had to add that in there because we did a replay and he got smoked.
He did.
He was annihilated.
Came around here, and then we're obviously going to hit this triple. Do you think, Zach, they're going to be able to hit that with two-wheel and all four-wheel?
Oh, yeah. They're going to throw it. It's going to be sick, too, because two-wheels
they're going to be able to carry
You're going to see the guys really fly the car over that.
So they'll probably still use that blue groove there to kind of hook up, and they're going to be able to use that speed, trip that.
They added a double after it.
Yes, just before that apex, they added
I got to turn this all the way around, guys.
It's a 350.
Yeah, it's 350. It's tens of dollars more to afford that other one, and I can't afford it. So go and buy some T-shirts.
Yeah.
So we're coming around here, and they're getting in that carpet right there. Nice little touch here from Hobby Action. I have seen, paint in the past, and I was wondering why they didn't paint it. And now it makes a lot more sense now that they're doing this versus the paint, because then they'd have a bunch of painted track where they change the pipe.
Yep. And it's slippery when it's painted.
So, you know, that was a nice touch. And you come over there and have the rest of the track. You do your triple. You're by the mod perch. That's the mod perch. That's Chris's home for 7 days, so he sits there.
And love to Chris, dude. You got to give him some shouts, too.
Chris is doing good work.
That guy camps out there, and he's like, we have to
OCRC,
poke him with a stick every now and make sure he's awake.
You feed him some Monster, and he's good for a couple days. Well, a couple hours, I should say. A couple hours. Feed him Monster. He bleeds green. So coming around here, that's Tire Tech over there. Everybody has their names on the boxes.
That's Mason getting his tires.
You can check that out. So obviously, you can see Harley Yoshi, Lee Setzer, Ryan Cavallari. So each set of tires is done there.
And the Mr. System, you're right on top of it. You can check that out.
Yeah, we're on the top of the Mr. System. Thank you to Larry, for setting up. Like, this is we're on a pole right here. Not at the strip club, but
get that shot right there on the driver's stand. Go back to the driver's stand. Zoom into that right there. Those guys, a little bit of man love going on.
It's switched.
Oh, mother man.
David.
There's Chris. So Chris.
That's Chris.
For those of you who don't know, go ahead and.
Chris, on the shot right there of Chris. Oh, get that shot right there. That's the money shot.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, you guys are too much.
You are world infamous now.
That is classic.
Awesome. Those are your camera guys right there. It's beautiful.
Having a good time.
They're just having a good time.
Yes.
So we got
what a surprise. What a surprise that was. Oh,
that was good.
That's worth it. That's worth price of admission. Right
Sean
there.
Miller said, wow. Yeah, so again, we only get Jason for one more day, so everyone's utilizing all the professional photography.
Well, why wouldn't we?
Exactly. I think Robbie Rob's getting a new Tinder profile set up.
Looks good, guys.
Oh, that's classic. Oh, man. So if you guys are here and you want a photo, come over here to Jason. Maybe you can give him a tip.
Sean Miller, you can't unsee that.
Yeah.
James Elliott, he's in love.
That's funny. Good times.
James Elliott is the one I was telling you about.
There ain't no races going
on. The cactus.
Swipe right.
Swipe right.
Sean Miller.
So yeah, it's just we have a really good crew here, guys. There's like 9 of us behind the scenes. Thanks to Larry Tom, I'm able to feed everybody more than cup of noodles.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
not much more, but
not much more. It's not much more up on the budget.
No, we've been treated very well.
We've been eating well, so thank you so much. And Larry's been feeding us a lot too, which has been awesome. And thanks to Coca-Cola products.
Yeah.
We have been. Let's shout them out real quick. Where's
I don't have
there we go, right there.
I have Dr. Pepper.
Or something.
Show your Dr. Pepper.
It's Dr.
They
Pepper,
distribute
which
it.
here is it's distributed by Coke.
So if you're into Monster, Dr. Pepper, Coca-Cola,
normally I have a Monster in my hand.
That's supporting those who support you. So
yeah,
absolutely.
So it's right on, guys, and it's we have a really good crew out here, and Giovanni, he's not here yet, and he's been helping out with some videos. We got Shu over here. There's Shu. He's saying what's up. That's Shu right there.
Holla.
So yeah, sexy beast right there, the man. I know. He's got to suck it in a little bit. So yeah, so he's been doing all the photography, guys. So definitely check out all those photos on Mod Live Media on
Cam
Facebook.
wants some. Hold on. Cam wants some.
Where's Cam?
Come on.
Come on. Cam wants a picture. He's been
asking.
Yeah, but he needs to be the centerpiece, if you know what I'm saying.
He's gonna be the man. That's Cam. He's all the way out from New Jersey. He works for CBS Sports. You guys should check out his page. It's RRL on YouTube, and this guy does amazing work.
Check this out. Here's a cool little story. I just met Cam. Actually, everyone met Cam this weekend for the first time.
I can find some of his YouTube content. It's pretty sweet.
But he was the only one. We see Cam. He's super quiet, and then all of a sudden, dishes were just clean.
Yeah, we're sitting at the house, and all of a sudden, we hear the water running, and Zach looks up. He goes, "Dude, you need to tell him out." He's like, "You need to pay him more."
Yeah, I was like, "Give this guy a raise."
We get paid?
And Matt's like, "Why?" And Zach's like, "Dude, Cam's doing the dishes, cleaning up the kitchen."
He don't even know us, and it was nasty. There's ranch all over from the pizza. He just took it on the chin.
I'm not going to brag about that.
Chris says, "Get ranch."
Yeah.
Get a lot of ranch.
Lots of ranch.
Lots of ranch.
Yeah, then we doubled
Dude,
up
we
on
have
it.
like 2 pounds worth of ranch.
We need a ranch sponsorship. Where's Hidden Valley?
Right?
RRLRC. Cam Colin in the house.
So RRLRC.
And so yeah, he does backyard racing league videos, but with his experience in the CBS Sports, he does an awesome job of actually making it a program. So
Yes.
it's very cool. Cam Colin one of those guys trying to just grow the sport from the grassroots level up all the way to the world championship. So super cool.
Yeah.
So we got, hold on a second here. I'm going to post up for you guys.
Fun fact about Cam, he's never seen a cactus.
Still waiting.
The guys are supposed to take him out today to go show him because he wanted to go out and check out the life.
So here's some stuff that Cam does. I don't know if you'll hear any audio from it.
I haven't seen any yet, too. I want
haven't.
to see this. Take a look at Cam.
So that's his YouTube.
That track looks fun.
Yeah, it does.
Blow me.
So he does a lot of post-production stuff. You know, go and follow his page.
Wow.
So this is some of Cam's work.
Let him know. I don't even think he knows it's on the screen right here.
No, he doesn't.
He's trying to get hat photos now. This is cool.
So he does a lot of good work with like post-production stuff, you know, checking out, getting interviews with guys.
What a cool little track. Where's this located? Is this in his hometown?
I do not know that, actually. I'm going to speed up the speed here for you guys so you're able to kind of see it in a little bit more speed here of what he does.
Phenomenal work.
And he'll put, you know, voiceover with it and talking about the racers, and sorry about that. You know, put the places up on the left-hand side. He does that all in post. So that's not in real time for, you know, the races and how many laps they've done and bring them up.
Wanted to brag on Matt again. The crew that he put together for this event is phenomenal. So thank you guys for supporting Mod. Again, if you haven't gone over to modspeedshop.com, get entered in that waffle so you can see that t-shirt that Cam's wearing right there on screen on the right-hand side with the red in it. Those are for sale individually, but we also have the waffle. It's $20 ticket. You guys can get entered to win. The shirt I was wearing yesterday during the main events, we had signed by the top 3, and all the proceeds will be going to support Brian Kinwald and Crohn's disease. So appreciate you guys. Cool. As you can hear, Jason's trying to get some of the racers up here if they want a photo. He does accept tips, right? Cash App, Apple Pay, all of it. Yeah, there you go.
Let's just go tell them, Shu, to basically top 20 or the
two-wheel drive will start tomorrow.
The B main from yesterday, you want to get
I don't
all
know
their
if you guys
photos
can hear
as well.
Matt or not on
Just
our
go tell them
stream.
they'll make it happen.
He's talking right now, so. Matt, can they hear you online still?
Yeah, they can.
Okay, I just didn't want to talk over you. But
You're good.
Tomorrow we will start at 9 a.m. It is currently almost 2 o'clock. It's 1:54 local time here in Chandler, Arizona. So make sure to make note of wherever you're at. It's almost 2 o'clock here. We will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We have 4 rounds of free practice followed by 2 rounds of controlled practice. So all day tomorrow they will just be practicing. Friday starting at 9 a.m. as well. And that will be 1 round of controlled practice followed by 4 of our 5 rounds of qualifying. And of course, Saturday, our main day, they will have a quick 2-minute practice for everyone starting at 8:30 and qualifying round starting at 9:40 a.m. local time. That will be our 5th and final round. They are taking your best 3 of 5. And then, of course, just like we had at 4-wheel drive, there will be the A main practice sessions and then going right into the lower mains.
We got Larry Tom over there, the Panda, as we watch some of RRLRC coverage there. So, yeah, Cam does an awesome job, and he kind of brings that post. This is all in post, guys. So all those numbers up top and lap times and how much behind, and he's just taking all that and making it happen.
Can we get a pit walk camera going here soon so the chat doesn't blow us up?
We'll,
maybe we get Wayne over there to maybe get a peek at that Mugen buggy.
We'll take both of you guys down there.
Okay.
Let's take both of you guys down there. We're going to get our mobile cam up right here.
All right, as you can see.
So we'll get this shut down. So thank you to Cam again, just one of ours, highlighting some
Highlight
of
the
our
team.
crew, some of our team, you know, behind the scenes, making it happen.
Yes, the layout did change, and we're going to get some. We've been going over it a little bit, and we'll probably check it out again and let you
Yeah,
guys
pan
know.
to camera 4 real quick if you don't mind, Matt, and give him a little. Yep, you can kind of get an idea. Right, here's a stationary camera, and maybe Orner, we can get you to do a little pan around the track while we set up
Not
this
with
one.
that thing.
Not with that
okay.
one.
Not
With
with
the
that
one,
one.
Yeah,
number
no, with
one we
his.
can.
Yeah, if we can get number 1 camera, David.
Number 1 camera, David. If we can pan around again real quick.
And
Okay, camera. Our mobile cam is up.
Sweet. Let me go.
Do you
I'm
guys
gonna
want to go?
Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna go for a walk, talk
All
to some
right, you
people.
guys are gonna go for a walk. Who else has a headset? Hold on.
Oh, that could be interesting. On the X. Come on, Zach, get in this. Come on, Zach. On yet? Are we on yet? Oh, we're on yet. Already. We're going to go see what we can look for, see if we can find anything new going on. I see Adam Drake. We might pull him to the side and talk to him for a second. They seen me coming, so he might dip out. We're going to mob him right now. So,
Let me know, guys, if you can
Adam, we
hear
didn't
him
even let
okay.
you get in the door. Can we attack you for a second and talk about the new buggy? How you doing?
What new buggy?
What new buggy?
I'm here with the tune engine.
The tune engines? Yeah, I gotcha. So what is the word on the new buggy? Is it here? Is there one?
From who?
From Mugen.
Yeah, so we do have a new two-wheel drive buggy. In about 30 minutes, we'll kind of allow everyone to take photos and check it out. Shin just did his motor tech. Just to get that out of the way, he mounted his tires earlier today. We're kind of preparing some stuff on our end as far as photos and little write-ups. So probably about 30 minutes. Okay. It'll be available for you guys to take it and do your own photos and media stuff. And then for anyone else, be able to check it out.
Well, when that time comes, you mind if we bring you to the side and we can ask you questions when we're doing our photo shoot and stuff like that?
Absolutely.
Oh, perfect. Well, thanks for coming out. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
We're excited about this. Thank you very much. Let's see, who else can we bug? We can talk to Mr. Martin Gonzalez. This is Matty G's dad.
How you doing?
What do you think about this?
Just happy to be here. Pretty excited. It was fun watching you guys on the internet, and just happy to be here and see it in person now.
Yeah, we're actually. I know Matty wasn't pleased, but we're proud of him. He's been doing good. Everybody that's obviously you're never where you want to be, so you're beating yourself up. But the kid's come a long way, and you've done a good job with him.
Thank you. We try to set him on the right course, and everybody back home is just super proud of him. So thank you to everybody that got him here, and hopefully he's got more worlds in him. And I have a lot of trust in him, and we'll.
I think he does. He's got the drive. I think he'll be fine. And thank you very much for the breakfast this morning. He got us ramped up, so now we're all ready to go. So let's see who else we could bug. I've talked to Brock earlier. He's probably done with me. He doesn't want to talk anymore. Actually, you know what? You want to jump on the track and we can walk the track around and see what we got with that? We'll go this way really quick. I can come bug you some more. Okay, see, I didn't think you'd want to talk to me anymore. So we're going to jump up here and we're going to basically walk the track and take a look at it so you can see, especially coming on the straightaway right here, you can really see the rubber being laid down from the four-wheel drive cars. They've been blowing the track off really well. Obviously the line going a little bit to the middle to the outside when they come around the apex here. We'll walk over here and we'll look at the big changes coming off the straightaway. The layout looks, to me, it looks like it's going to be a little bit faster than it was with the four-wheel drive. But the changes that they've made, they still have this double. Which some of the four-wheel drives had issues. Obviously the higher rank drivers didn't have so much of a problem, but some of the lower rank drivers had issues. It is a pretty good gap. I'm 6'5", so this is probably an 8-foot gap. It's pretty big. But this time, instead of making the U-turn right here, the 180, they're going straight. They put in a roller right here. And like Matt was talking about earlier, he says they seem to think that it may be an issue for the two-wheel to jump up on top of the tabletop. I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue.
Only from the inside corner.
Matt's thinking an inside corner, but I think if they jump out and apex, they jump on the outside, they land them towards the outside of the table,
Yeah, you could be right.
and then apexing in, that might be pretty good. So this front section pretty much stays the same. And then instead of, after this section, instead of making the 180 to the right, they actually made it a 180 to the left now. And then they come back and they go through and make the 180 here. This was that pipe that Zach was talking about where it doesn't just end. They have it buried into the ground. And so this is something like he was talking about the Euros. The Euros are used to curbing. And so with the curbing, you're able to put two wheels on it and they actually use it to help the car turn sometimes. So now they're going to go, they make the 180 here, the left-hander. They use the ripples the same way. You can see the rubber still on the ground. It's pretty nice. The ripple strip's the same. Instead of going straight, now they're making the 180 off the little roller here, and then come back up this way where you can see the rubber being laid down on that from the four-wheel drive race. And they hit the triple here. There were some questions if they'd be able to make this in two-wheel. I don't think it's going to be an issue at all. I think the two-wheel guys will be able to pop over that fairly easy. I think it's going to be like somewhat of a high-speed part of the track with this triple-double section. They come around the corner, pop over that, and then there's a small double right here on this small sweeper. So it doesn't look like much, but it's just enough to maybe upset the car. I think they'll be jumping into the apex. Instead of it being like a sharp 90, they have the apex here. You can see where the track used to be. So there is a little bit of rubber right here. Actually, a lot of rubber coming here. So I think they'll jump probably 1 to 2 feet off the pipe to apex. And then the rest of this is basically the same layout. They come over this triple and then onto the straightaway. So right now I need to catch my breath because I'm fat and out of shape. And I need to get back up there and sit down. So we'll go back to you, Matt, and Zach. We'll be back after a little bit.
Zach's back on.
put on the right headset for you guys. So, little track walk right there with Wayne Ashmore, giving you guys an idea. And it looks like Olsen going to join us in the booth for a minute.
I got 2 headsets.
Yeah, 2 headsets for you. So I didn't actually get to hear, did Drake get to cover anything as far as the 2-wheel?
Basically what he said is in the next, well, I guess it was half an hour, probably about 20, 25 minutes now. They're going to be releasing something about it all, and everybody can kind of check it out. So there will be a new Mugen 2-wheel drive, and obviously... No, we're...
Sorry, guys.
Want to get Drake?
Yeah, get Drake up here.
Yeah, go get him.
We'll try to get Adam up in here. Tell him to bring the car.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell him to bring the car. Please. Seriously.
So hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. We know today's a dark day, so we're kind of like trying to fill content. What's going on? Kind of the background stuff. We're taking photos for the live stream. We're going to try and get everybody's photos of each car so we can bring them up in the live stream. It's pretty tedious work, so we're going to see if we can make that happen. So we got Shu over here doing amazing work, kind of grabbing those main studio photos, which is amazing. And like I said, you know, there's no lie. You guys are going to see that our photography game has been stepped up, and he's the main reason for it.
Absolutely.
We brought a good team together. We work well together, and you know, he's a big part of it. Like I said, he's going to be gone on Thursday. We're going to try and do our best to get photos and kind of have somebody behind the scenes that's not as good as Shu, obviously, but hopefully we can do some due diligence on the rest of the photo coverage. But the live coverage will stay exactly how it currently has been going. So hopefully you guys are really enjoying that. So thank you.
Yeah, and
thank you so much.
Most of the people, he's going to come up here in 30 minutes. We'll have Drake, so hopefully he brings the car with him. Most of these guys are utilizing this day to get their 2-wheel drives ready, gluing tires. Maybe we'll go out there later on and we can go through the actual tire teching area, or the tire gluing area, I should say, where they have officials outside watching you how you glue your tires, making sure there's no funny business going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the talk of the hour right now is it's 2:08, so hopefully around 2:30 we might be seeing some more of that Mugen car. And we have our photographer up here. We obviously have our live stream, and then Drake's in the building, so hopefully we get all the information.
Yeah.
It'll be really interesting.
Yeah, so it'll be good. It's cool to see those new products. I know there's a lot of guys that were asking. They're like, hey, could you go and find, go and see the new stuff, go and, talk to more people. And, today's kind of being one of our times to do that and get it going for you guys, even though it's kind of our off day and kind of our break day. It's not as fast paced as what it is the other days. And guys are asking, hey, can you do that? And during the live stream, kind of just look at how fast paced the racing is going, and all of us, like, even though there's 9 of us, all 9 of us are doing something, and we almost need more people.
It's crazy how busy it is up here.
It's like, from what we did, and I thought we had excess, but we almost have one guy to trade in and out for kind of giving guys breaks, because you end up working this and we're doing RC, but like when you're constantly moving the camera around and when you're constantly, talking all the time, you need a break. And it's, we try and give you guys from 9 in the morning to basically 7 at night, we're working. So, and making tens of dollars doing that. So it's nice.
Yeah, and I'm taking notes right here. I want to know things with that Mugen car to ask Drake. So if you guys want something specific in the chat, I've already wrote down price point. Are there going to be any 10 scale specific drivers they're looking to hunt down maybe for next year? Plans on the 4-wheel, how long they've been working on it, and how long until it's available. These are some of the things that I'm interested. If you guys want to hear something specifically, let us know. I'll write it down, and when we have the opportunity to talk to Drake, I will be sure to ask him.
Yeah, most definitely. Very good points to make and copy down. We'll see a new thing on the market. Obviously Shin coming from Yokomo. Kind of we were calling it, and I know that we were thinking that when Mayfield was still with them, we had kind of heard rumors that when Shin had gone over to Yokomo, or had gone over to Mugen from Yokomo, like, oh, they're going to be working on something. We had heard some rumors that there was something coming, to them, and obviously those rumors were true. Obviously, Mayfield is now with Techno, and they have a very, very good 8-scale platform, and they do have 10-scale, but I don't know if they've been, focusing as much in the 10-scale stuff. And I don't think Daniel Lewis, I've heard through the grapevine, he's like, I'll never do a 2-wheel. I don't know if that's exactly true. There could come, but somebody has told me that before, and love Daniel Lewis. The Techno guys out there, they're an amazing group of guys, 100% into racing, and they make some, I always like their cars because they're different.
Yeah.
Very different vehicles.
They have a unique style. That's one of the easy cars, especially nowadays with so many cars looking so similar that you can definitely tell on the track. It's unfortunate that I've only seen one out here. But yeah, I also will ask about a dirt versus carpet version. Obviously, ball diff, gear diff, great questions. Transmission change difficulty and all that. Yeah, I would like to know. Obviously, I would assume they're not building a car with E-clips or anything anymore, but are they following the protocol of making this more user-friendly, or are they kind of putting that on the back burner and focusing only on the highest performance, or is it kind of a mix of the two? I would have to assume, of course, try to do the best of both worlds. But yeah.
Man, don't date us with the E-clips.
They're like E-clips.
I hate those. Remember when you had
Dated, man.
That thing would shoot off and or it'd get a little bit unbent. You didn't have another E-clip, and then you'd have to go and you'd
have to bend it back just a little
together,
bit.
So it wouldn't come out. So that was terrible.
People asking, will it be pillow ball or C-hub? 10-scale car. Well, you have seen that in 4-wheel drive. Is there a pillow ball 4-wheel drive?
I think an S-Works was one of the original S-Works.
Yeah, I'm sure the chat.
I want to say when they had didn't they have the bigger hex on there?
For sure had the bigger hex.
It wasn't a normal 12 mil hex.
Yeah.
It was like some weird 14 millimeter hex on the S-Works where they only could use their own wheels. So that was obviously they've changed since then. And Born Horse has been going quick. We had Jorn Neumann. We need to catch up with him.
We need to catch up with Jorn.
Catch up with Jorn Neumann. I think he's kind of him and Misha.
Yep, both of
Mika.
them.
No, I believe it's Mika. I could be incorrect, but coming out from Germany, I do believe.
Yeah,
so
Germany for Jorn.
I know Jorn is German.
Yep, he is. He's
and he has Gerd there from the late past team Durango. He's out here.
They're like two peas in a pod.
Two peas in a pod. They follow everywhere with each other. It's their boys and a bunch of people on their driver sheets we got. They're like, thank you to Gerd Stern and shit. He's the their main guy. And
I tried to talk to him, but
guy.
I know his English isn't the greatest. I walked by and tried to get an interview with him, but he's like, no, and I understand. But yeah, Jorn, he can speak with us, I'm sure. We'll try to get him up there.
Yeah, Misha is Switzerland coming from BJ. We have Kyle saying Antonia from Austria, too. She's doing great. Yeah, she won a couple races. She got an interview from our buddy Robbie Robb. So she was TQ there for a hot second when I think they went into round number 4. So we try and do a lot of interviews, guys, with different people when they do win something to have some sort of content and kind of give a lot of people spotlight. We know we see, the Dakotas and the Spencers and the Ungaros, but it's made up of everybody. This is a world championship event with everybody that is out there.
And maybe we could get Killick up here with the Yokomo cars.
Yes.
I know people were asking about that. I would like to know a little bit myself and see if we can actually bring it up here and showcase it to you guys and talk about it in the booth. So if I run out there and I see Killick, I'll ask him if his 2-wheel drive's available and even his 4-wheel drive and bring it up here and just talk about them.
Yeah, no, it would be good. And is there do we need to talk to the Kyosho guys? Are they working on anything right now? Do you know? Because I know there are a couple Kyosho guys, I believe, from Japan here.
Yeah, so Chikuba is a Kyosho designer. He works for Automodel, which is the mother company for the racing side of things for Kyosho. When I left Kyosho, especially Kyosho in America, had discontinued their racing platforms. So I'm not sure what the update is on that, but I'd love to talk to them, as obviously if you're spending money to send drivers here, there's something going on.
Yeah, no, I thought Lutz was going to be here running.
Lutz has been in the chat helping us with all the statistics, but I don't know about running.
I thought he was coming out here to the Worlds for this, so I'm mistaken. But Ryan Lutz, he's one of my favorite pro racers. Always has been. Super good guy, and he's still up there in talent in a lot of these 8-scale races, and that's good to see.
Yeah, no Mugen revealed yet. Sorry, I missed someone saying they keep repeating themselves there, but I didn't see what the question was, if there was one. But about 30 minutes out, probably closer to 20 now. And Drake said that they will be showcasing the two-wheel drive prototype that they have here, as we're taking pictures of some of our guys in the background with their cars. It looks like we got Champlin up here.
I think he's getting maybe a different photo with another shirt or
Yeah,
something like that.
Very neat.
Shu doing his job.
Yeah, so if Lutz is in here in the chat, yeah, switch over to the camera.
Switch over to camera. Go to camera number 1 for me there, Robbie Rum.
Lutz, if you're in the chat, well, I think we asked him what he's not doing here. I think he's just spending time with family and focusing mostly on 8 scale. I don't think he's necessarily contracted to do 10 scale races. I'm not sure, but if he's in here, I'm sure he can elaborate on that.
Yeah. Hey, Matt, are you doing BattleBots next season? Yeah. I drive Lucky, the BattleBot on Discovery Channel. Yes, I will be. We're primed to do it. I've actually been invited out to a couple of they have like these sessions called Proving Grounds. So I've been invited a couple times on the cruise to come out for it would be the Cobalt and
Wayne.
There's another team. So yeah, they've been Gigabyte. That's it. Another team been Gigabyte. So we've been they've been running out there. So I haven't been able to do it. We've been doing all sorts of stuff. Did you get a new roof yet from Mike Katz? No, man. I can't afford it.
And maybe we can
tens of dollars.
Cav's right here as well. Maybe we can get Cav in the booth for a minute.
Let's get him
see
in
if
here.
we can't, as he shows off his muscles.
Let's get Cav in here. Talk about Schumacher. Mike Katz, we're working on the roof.
See if we can let those guys know.
Expensive.
Try to get Cav whenever he's done with his photos, if you don't mind. I'd love to talk to him.
You want to talk to Brock?
Yeah, we'll talk to Brock first,
right.
and then see. We'll have Brock for a minute or two. Brock, do you mind jumping in the booth and talking to these guys for a moment?
All right, I'll jump out of here.
Maybe we can get the camera shot over here in the booth once we get Brock dialed in. And I'm not sure. And maybe we could catch Cavallari in a minute as well. Get Brock dialed in. Two wheels looking sweet.
Hello.
Hello, testing.
You are live.
All right, so we have Brock Champlin in the house. He was over here getting his new Facebook profile picture dialed in on the driver's stand. But everyone, you have quite a few fans in the chat, just so you know.
Okay.
I believe your dad was in here earlier. But how's I know Wayne talked to you earlier about the tire situation. You were making some jokes. I know you don't want to give out too much information on your secrets. You're one of those guys. But give us a rundown. Your four-wheel obviously completed. Let's talk about the two-wheel. Anything special going on? What can you talk about? What can't you talk about?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we've worked on, improved on. There's a lot of little bits and pieces that we've made for the event. We made for nationals. Everything kind of started to piece its way together around that race. So we came the week after the nationals practice, found a little bit more out of the car, and I think we're ready to go. We got a solid package as far as tires go. I said I wasn't really going to release anything, but I'm just running a standard front tire. Our car has plenty of steering. I feel like the guys that are doing something different they're looking for a little more steering. So I guess that makes it a little more difficult for them, I guess. But for me, I'll just be running the standard tire. So
Yeah, and so I met you earlier on in your career. I believe you live in Utah now, correct? Salt
Yes.
Lake City?
Yep.
Joel Eaton's been in here. He's obviously an avid supporter of you and the families out there. I know Dominic moved from Denver, is racing with you guys, and they call you 2/10 back at home. Is that true?
that's what Dominic calls me. But yeah, those guys actually have my number in four-wheel drive at that track. So they keep me brutally honest in four-wheel drive, especially when we're practicing. We don't really club race a whole lot with our four wheels. So yeah, they keep me honest. Four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive. It's been awesome recently, and that's kind of where the 2/10 is. The nickname has come from, I guess. But yeah, it's been pretty rad. Two-wheel drive. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, anyone who wants to say special thanks or hi to online while you're up here?
Yeah, just all my sponsors. Hi to Lowe's, so Schumacher, LRP, J Concepts, MKS, Wits, Easy Customs, S&D Designs, Eaton's Intermountain Race, Wishbits, Core RC. There's a long list of people to thank. All the guys at Schumacher Factory, Robin. I know he's watching at home right now. So, yeah, Trish, our engineer, Jurgen Lautenbach from LRP, Jason Rona, his wife, Paul Wynn, and everyone over at J Concepts, Thomas Cook from MKS, and then Clue Connors and the Connors family from Wits Racing Products. They do an an amazing job with all the stuff that I run. And then obviously all my friends, my family. You know, we're out here for a week. We don't get to see him for a week. So
what about this one right here?
Oh, my father. Yeah, he's in the chat. He's in the chat. So obviously my father, my stepmom, my brother's here this weekend, so that's pretty cool. My grandma, hopefully she's doing well. She just had a surgery, a procedure done. She texted me this morning, so she's up. She's good.
Nice.
And then my girlfriend and her family, you know, all those people make life so easy and so fun. So at the end of the day, this is kind of all for everyone. It's for myself as well, but that and then I love you, Mom. So
Yeah, definitely dedicate the worlds to your mom as well. She was an awesome addition to the whole RC family, so good shout out for her. And man, good luck this weekend.
yeah, thank you.
Yep. All right, we'll see if also if you could send Trish up here, that'd be awesome if he's interested in coming out. And I know the chat's been going wild, so
All right, sweet.
appreciate you. And yeah, if we can maybe pan over to the track for a second, and we'll work on getting some more interviews up here. We appreciate Brock Champlin, one of the nicest dudes out here, giving us some information. And cool, I mean, I asked him to, you know, usually when you say, hey, is there anyone you want to thank, people kind of freeze and they maybe give a short list, forget a whole bunch of people outside of his dad, which his dad called him out in the chat. Man, that was a great list. He knew not only the manufacturers, but thanking the people behind the scenes. So Brock's one of those really intelligent guys.
I think he's done it before.
Yeah, once or twice.
I could be wrong. No, Brock's a pretty good kid. He's
And someone also mentioned that he's 8 foot tall. Elaborate
He's a
on
big
that.
boy.
You're tall yourself.
I'm 6'5" and I look up to him.
Yeah, so
he's tall, to say the least. So yeah.
And yeah, in the meantime, we will try to get more drivers up here. I had Cav, but I didn't want to keep him too long. That's Ryan Cavallari. We pulled Brock in, and Cav was taking his picture at the same time. But as these guys come up to the driver's stand and take some photos with Jason, I'll try to bring him in for just a quick 5-minute little touch-up on the event so far. Keep in mind, it is a dark day here. They put the two-wheel drive layout in last night. They're finishing up some of the touches here. And, yeah, kind of just chilling. Everyone's hanging out, sort of gluing up tires. And maybe we can send Matt out to get a few people up to the booth.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, it looks like Chris is out there. I don't know if this headset's going. We can get these guys to bring someone else up. People looking for Daniel to come out here. Greg D's requesting him. Looks like
Adam Drake's still over there talking to some other people. So I know Shinadachi had to. He submitted his car, so he had to get everything approved. He got his motor tech and everything else like that. So, are we stepping out for this or what?
Oh, I don't know. You want to interview this one?
I don't know who it is.
It's Schumacher.
I'm gonna talk to him.
Perfect.
Oh,
Matt's
Matt's
gonna be in.
All right, here we
Perfect.
go.
You've been
So-
getting requests on here. Trish is up in the house for Schumacher.
One guy you probably said that, right?
Oh no.
I'll have you switch the camera.
Yeah, I'll
To cam, 5. This is where all the fun stuff happens, right? That's cool.
Dude, I've been here for days and I haven't said hi to you. You're always busy.
Well, we're gonna get you in the booth.
No, I don't want to be in the booth.
Why wouldn't we?
I can't talk well. I don't talk goodly.
We'll get you in the booth. We got to.
I gotta
Next.
do it with Saxton. in 15
Okay, and
minutes,
then come over here.
so I'll just repeat all the same stuff.
That's okay.
I'm happy.
We're
to be
live.
Here.
We're
Write
live.
it down and then you don't forget.
No, in all seriousness, come back. I
I
want to
just
get
wanted
with
to
you.
say hi.
It's good to
guys
see you,
are doing a
brother.
Great job, man.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
We got Trish here. This is my man right here.
Hey.
We got Trish here. Trish Bits. Nah, Schumacher. Dude, amazing job. Mikkel, you guys have been just doing such good work these past couple years. And you've been traveling and kind of taking on that head role of, head engineer for Schumacher. And, shout out to Muzz as well. I hope he's doing better. I heard about that.
Yeah, I think he's doing all right. He obviously, the car got peeled up quite a bit when.
It looked pretty bad.
Yeah, and
So-
so Scotty's doing better now. He's traveling again to races.
Well, that's
So-
good already.
Yeah.
So
That's what I was
shout out
told.
to Scotty, Muzz, and Joel Navarro. So
Yeah.
they got in a bad car accident. So prayers to those guys. So what's going on? How's the world's been so far for the Schumacher team? What new stuff are you guys kind of bringing out here? I heard that there's a couple new bits on there, couple new Trish bits in a different way, if you know what I mean, for the Schumachers. Yeah. And, Mikel was right there. He had kind of a lackluster A3, just going into it. He was saying that he chose the wrong tire. He had fresher tires, and he said more worn-in tire was going on. Lead us through what's going on with Schumacher and what happened.
Yeah, okay, so from what he thinks, because on A2 the car was brilliant and he's really happy. And he opted for the morning practice when the track was kind of pretty slick. It wasn't, I don't think it bedded in the tyres much. So not to kind of create excuses for him, but it's that scenario where you're looking for something and...
we got they're like, camera back on booth, please. Yeah, we're on the camera in the booth. I don't know, somebody, we should be. Yeah, I don't know what they're saying.
Someone calls in trouble.
Somebody, some sort of bot out there is messing with us. So yeah, keep going, buddy.
Yeah, so really, probably should have stuck with, but we knew that the second and third runs work all right. But I think when we went out for the second main, we did the 2 minutes we did in the practice main. So did 2 minutes and started, and I think that was that perfect point from taking that, I don't know, whatever top level of surface off the tyre, and then it's really good for the next 5. Whereas the set you went out on, to be honest, they should have sped up towards the end. But either way, that wasn't perfect. But ultimately, Spencer was ridiculous. He did a 17.9 when he was out there, when he was chasing Ngare. So I know, even if we had the car that we had from A2, we would have been close anyway, because those guys are rocking. So we tried. It was really cool. We had Brock finishing in the 4, so it's 2 A's, 2 Schumachers. So it's cool to be up there as the next best brand, whatever.
I'd say you guys are, I ran for Schumacher for a year there, and the cars were so different back then, and they're still different now, but it seemed like more so back then. They were very, very different for kind of the tracks we were going to. You guys have been focusing a lot and definitely bringing Brock on and Cavalieri on for kind of the U.S. style tracks. I think has been helping, that market here, as well as kind of the design that you guys have been, kind of moving forward with.
Yeah, what is actually after we had that really race together, and it was really clear we needed a gearboxed car with a motor in a certain position or that. And kind of went back with the basis of we need to have like a dirt car, let's call it, compared to we've been getting away with belts and dual drive for a while. So we kind of went on trend with that, with the view that maybe we'd do like a belt drive, like carpet car. But the laydown worked really well on both, thinking we maybe had an advantage before with the belts on carpet in certain positions. And actually the laydown, just that one car was working well for both, which simplifies things for the company and the team.
For sure. And for hobby shops wanting to carry your product. Yeah. And that was one of the things when I was running Schumacher, Muzz is like, here's what we got. And there was like, 3 different 2 wheels and like a massive amount of hop-up parts. And it's hard for a consumer, to be able to like, what do I need to narrow down on? And I think you guys are going towards that, and the stuff is fast. We cover a lot of the J Concept races, and obviously Brock is very, very quick, and coming from Team Associated, and the kid works hard. Yeah. And Cavalieri's also very good, and obviously pedigree is there, and but you guys, you have and then Orlowski has just been dominating in Europe with the stuff. Really so you guys are just like, you're putting in the sweat equity, you're putting in the time, you're getting those drivers, and you're starting to look at the consumer side of it, where you're like, hey, we need to simplify our platform. We need to get something that kind of works for a little bit of everything, much like the team, what Team Associated. I think they do the best at it.
They're very good. Basically every surface you go on, it's up there.
Yeah, for sure.
It doesn't suffer anywhere.
Exactly. So in Schumacher, obviously you guys are Mikel is quick. Yeah. Super, super fast and a talent. So what are you guys now moving over from 4-wheel? 4-wheel's done and dusted. He got 3rd. There's awesome trophy in there. What are you guys going to do for 2-wheel? What have you learned now that you're going to go to in the future?
Well, do you mean is in for the race coming up?
So the race coming up. The race coming up, the track changes that are made, the tire situation. What's your guys' plan?
Well, first looking at the track, there's less kind of like de-acceleration points like in four drive. So you had switchbacks on the right hand side or the left hand side. For the camera, it's looking at from, same view from the washroom. Yeah, so on the right hand side, you had two switchbacks yesterday. So the car slowed right down, turn, and re-speed up. And you see the four drives like dancing around a bit, like wishbones going down, can't quite grip it up. And so we've lost that actually. It's quite a flow. So you've got an oval that's split, and then you've got that little infield section, which is kind of like, let's call it like a little U, another U, hop back round, and then you're back onto the straight. And so it's kind of a great layout in that way. We've got camera on. Yeah, so when they come onto the straight, so the power inputs they're going to have in for a lot of it, it's kind of, you're not going to be slowing it up as much as you're speeding it up. And so you can probably get away with a little bit less rear, a bit more steering in the car. There's all these talks of different types of tyre gluing combinations, and the Void, which you can't buy anymore, but I didn't know if that was the tyre anyway. That's kind of an orb-looking tyre. But there's the mounting wide on the wheel. There's also going frames onto wheels. You only get 6 sets. You know, you can't do up every combination and then have multiples of what you want. Normally you go do a worlds and try the various things that you thought, right, we'll glue some, we'll unglue some, we'll punch some inserts, whatever. And then they almost throw away and then use what you need. Now you need to select early.
So you guys gluing inserts? Are you doing anything to the inserts? I believe that is allowed.
In four drive, like pretty much most people are gluing the insert to the rim and then peel the tire over the top, glue that on. As for like two-wheel drive, I think in the warm-up, we all played with both types, and to be honest, it's quite a big difference on when the grip came in from the glued insert to not glued, because I think the foam's moving around, it's expanding when it's not glued. So it'd be interesting on this, what we like. When we went to do four-wheel drive, so they'd had some club racing here before the event started, and then obviously watered the track, prepared it, and then they started the event, and the grip was very low, as you could see. Now they've moved a few bits on the track, they've kept the nice bits, but the track hasn't been running for a day, so it'll be really interesting to see what the grip's like when we start. So what we've learned from the warm-up was at the beginning of the warm-up we didn't have a lot of grip, and it got better. So we're kind of thinking along the route of where were we then, go back on a few things. So it's going to be interesting. I'm thinking, because the track's going to carry lots of speed, it's all going to be about having a little bit of side grip. Nice forward drive, but you're already rolling the car. But good steering, always good steering. In forward drive, we saw a lot of cars, they'd mid-exit, rear-end kick crown, if they just touch a bit of dust and not on the quite right line.
And there was that issue actually between Mikkel and Dakota, where there was a protest that was made.
Yeah.
And we actually had replay where IFMAR's president came over, team manager from Losi came over, Roar president and referee came over, and we were all looking at it. And in my humble opinion, I don't think it went anywhere. But kind of what the others see is Dakota hit that where he was coming around and just goosed it.
Yeah.
And his rear end just started to come around, and Mikkel was right there.
Yeah.
And came in and just barely just tapped him. But it was already kind of over rotating when it happened. So we did it in slow mo and everything like that.
Standing in the corner, but I didn't have slow motion eyeballs. But you could have saw something happen and Michael collected. I'm like, well, Michael wouldn't hit him if he was still going in a straight line.
Correct.
Because they were in the acceleration zone. So I thought, well, he must have spun it enough to Michael, because there was a gap just before that.
No,
point,
we had it on camera. We did slow motion, frame by frame. We're shooting at 60 frames per second.
That's
so,
cool.
We were looking at it and how he came through, and then he even checked up. He stopped for a half second and then went.
Yeah.
It's like, oh crap, but it was a pure racing incident. In my opinion, I think that's the way that the officials
same as
ruled
Ungaro,
on it.
he caught that pipe, unfortunately, and Michael touched him, but then it was kind of like, because
it was 50-50.
Yeah, so he's just like, well, he's lost it, he's spun around, wait, off you go. And some people are like, oh, he shouldn't have waited. I'm like, well, if he hadn't have waited and he carried on, and let's say the ref calls one way or another, it's like you're not one in the right way.
For sure. There would have been a question or a question mark there.
So
very clean drive out of Orlowski yesterday. We're looking forward to today. So what of the other drivers that are out there? Obviously, you guys look at everybody. Who impresses you from the other teams of do you think that's going to be a threat other than kind of who do you think's kind of a dark horse going into this one from just other teams, just purely
so
from
one guy I've
everywhere?
always had an eye on, it was the warm-up TQ two-wheel drive, Aiden Horn, right? And he's showing form, like really good form. Like he's quite an excitable guy. You see him and he's fist pump and stuff like that. But when he's on the track, serious stuff happens and he drives around really good. So Aiden Horn would be an interesting one to see how he gets on. Someone's saying, "Show us your bits."
Yeah, show us your bits.
That's maybe not for this program.
Yeah. Another program.
Yeah. So.
Oh man. So
Aiden's one of them.
And he's a
really.
character too. We've talked about him, and he's always kind of the Horn family is a racing family, and good pedigree, and they work really hard, and so we were happy for him. He was able to make that four-wheel main with a valiant effort and four-wheel at the end. He's like, I was just sending it,
Well, he was quite a few places down.
Yeah.
That last round really worked, and he deserved to be in there after how I've been watching him drive at the warm-up and things. It was really, really good. But as for other teams, it's the dark horses aren't really there. There's the obvious choices that are going to be in the top 5 that you imagine that are going to be fighting, and then really if the last round 5 works again, like I don't know if they're going to change anything. So they run 5 rounds today, but I understand they're going to change it so there's a longer practice on the last day, and then they're going to immediately go into qualifying, so the track stays nice. That might mean actually there's less of a difference, whereas in four-wheel drive they had the 2-minute practice, then they clean the track, they did the repairs, and then cars went out, gripper gone again.
Yeah.
And the heat 1 went out. Brilliant, so TQ'd. It's 11 seconds off the previous TQ run.
Yeah, we saw that when they went into that first one, and then you could see like Horn really benefited from that from that switch up.
Yeah.
Where they ran it backwards because the first heat was like wicked slower than the next one. These guys are within tenths of each other, so when you have that kind of advantage, they re-brake in the track. That's huge. We had somebody on here that says, what is the Restream bot? So it's the chat from the other chats. So we're streaming to like 12 different locations right now, and some guys are asking, where are you guys seeing this stream from? We have a master stream that we read from that grabs everybody from everywhere. And we brought in that bot, and it should show you kind of all the comments. So if it says Restream bot, those are just other comments from other places. So for everybody that's out there. So going into it, Trish, like what's your experience? What do you think of hobby action? You travel all over the world with Mikkel and many world championships with him. What do you think of this facility and what they've done? How does it match up against others?
Just going by what other people's reactions are who've been to a few, they're so impressed. Some that haven't done a Worlds come here, and there's a lot of stickers on walls and things like that. It makes you feel like you're in that right atmosphere. It gets a lot of people excited really when you have the big hobby action sign at the beginning of the building.
Yep.
It's not many places in the world that you walk up to kind of like where you'd see a Walmart. There's a massive RC car place. Walk into the shop, air conditioning's there, so that's nice. Loads of RC cars, bits. Walk through the door, all the pits on your left, track on your right. That gets anyone excited, even if you're only a little bit into RC, it kind of puts you in awe. So they've done a really amazing job to present the track well. They've got the AstroTurf or carpet in between, obviously the track to kind of smarten that all up, and I know it's been really, really good. Good.
Yeah, it's been good. What's your thoughts on Tiregate?
From the first event, I guess it still follows on a bit. We're limited to 6. Obviously, it's a big shadow that's been cast, isn't it, that people always talk about. Could it change anything if we all had new tyres every run? Maybe. Some people might benefit from it or not. You could try tyre combinations in practice. Michael ran the same set of tyres at the whole of practice.
And it's one of those things, too, that, the saying is true. The cream rises to the top every time. The guys that were in there would have been in there if they had new tires or not. And then, and looking at it from a hobby standpoint, too, I personally think it's egregious to get a new set every single run. I know this is like the F1 of RC here,
but in F1 they limit tires.
Yeah, and that's a very good point.
Same
thing. and not having a limited set. Is that an IFMAR thing that they just have never set in place? I'm not as
we do in other
educated on
classes,
that.
So like in touring car, it's done it, I believe, Worlds, Euros and stuff like that. I think, it might not be right. Because normally I did second one set, and in the EOS over in Europe, we have 2 sets of tyres for like the whole meeting for each class. So you've got that to consider about. So it's not obviously a new concept, but I don't believe it's anything's in the rules for off-road tent scale, because we don't do it at UK Nationals, you don't do it at Raw Nationals, you don't do it at European Championships for EFRA, and at IFMAR it's never been done. So there's an argument. You got, Billy Joe, whatever his name is, who's down in the bottom heat. Maybe he would do better with a new set of tyres every run. So he feels it's unfair that those top guys who get things either for free or they got a load of money can go and have a nice time. So there's an argument that the hobby, would benefit from that. It's a big event, so maybe you do want to spend that money, but a set of tyres, for the car is pretty expensive. So I think there's something to maybe learn from it, because it worked quite well. Once they worked out what they're doing, then I think if you had 3 tyres, like whatever you want to use in practice would be fine. But then for the main event, let's say you had 3 sets of tyres like at other events, and then new set for the main, that kind of makes sense. You've got 5 rounds, you can pick and choose. If you don't make the main, use your other set. I don't know. I'm happy to be wrong on things, but I think it would then attract some people that are of a good caliber that could do quite well to go, do you know what, I will do that, because suddenly it's much more affordable.
Yeah, I think, that's a huge part of it. We have, I think Fenster was one of them that's saying, he's here on his own dime and everything like that. Might not have the pocketbook, that the big teams do for their guys and everything. So I think it's a good thing. I think that should be instituted, where there is a tire limit, and this whole number issue, and kind of like it really is an arbitrary amount. Yeah. Like either you order the maximum and then you have to deal with sending all those back, and it is a US based company, but what if you had to ship all those over somewhere else and airmail those? And
well, we have to do it for the events. We look after the Schumacher tyres, so for the Euros we provided them, and actually the organiser didn't order too many because they had a rough number based from the warm-up race, but we looked at the numbers. Actually we think need to be more. We talked to them, and a lot of boxes went over, and actually quite a few came back. But the main thing was that there was enough. So there's an argument, let's say there was a Worlds at this track, the company that was sending them over, hey man, we'll make some extra just in case you don't need them, send them back if you don't use them. But that's, hindsight's a beautiful thing, but hopefully this doesn't happen. I've not had it happen so far. We've had it at a Euros where we've been a bit low on, I think, some numbers of tyres, but it worked out okay. And they didn't limit the tyres, but the other Worlds, it's always been all right. It's just a shame that it was a talking point.
And it was just one of those things where I don't think anybody expected somebody to come in and buy, when just an unlimited amount, so somebody can buy like 17 sets of tires. You're like, what?
Yeah.
You start doing the math on it, you're like, oh, we did not do the correct numbers. So, but I think that's here and gone. This is just part of it now.
I'm happy that the race is happening, and the day started very late and finished very late. Is, well, not late as some races we do. Sometimes they're, obviously, I don't know if you've covered some of the races in America that go through the night, or
what's that? Say it one more time.
The races that go through the night, the ones that have like 500 entries, and it's just like a 24-hour race, but you got so many different classes. You
cover everything. The best you can. But the coverage for us it's been a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. Obviously you have a ton of content, ton of everybody, and it's been a real blessing to be here, and looks like the entire, Schumacher team has been working well together. You guys have, your cars are fast.
Yeah, no, we've got a good team, and actually we got, as our, let's say, our top 4, you've got Brock and Michael, then you got Ryan and Daniel, but actually one guy that really shined was Ben Smith, our top Brit, effectively. He's been brilliant. He's not done dirt before. He hasn't been to a Worlds, and he's come over here and driven out of his comfort zone and done really, really well, and could have had, I think he got 13th in one of the rounds. He ended up being in the D, but it was really good how he's getting on. So
right on, man. Well, right on. Do you want to say anything to the rest of the crowd here? Kind of out there,
You're telling
and
me people are watching, and
there's quite a
Yeah.
few
I would've-
people, and they
I
all
would've
love you.
brushed my hair, you
They
know?
all love you
we got
here.
many
They're-
comments coming up.
Oh yeah, they love Trish. They're like, Trish Neal's the man. You know, so it's
We're about 700 people deep right now.
yeah,
700 people
yeah, it's
deep.
not bad. Well, I think we're 3,700 during the main of 4-wheel, so it's been good. But obviously, there's nothing going on today, and people are like, we're
You
gonna
need some
see these
interesting
people just
to
talk,
to, don't you?
huh?
So you need some interesting people to talk to. for
There's
the day.
always a little. Everybody has a story.
That's right.
That's what's good about
Yeah,
it.
what
So
brought you here
and
today?
there's lots of stories to talk about.
Yeah, no, I guess hi to everyone watching from home. Anyone that knows me, hi. Hope you're doing all right. It's a cool event. Stay tuned. Obviously today, we're not all having a holiday day and like kind of looking up the local mountains or whatever. But it's glue and tires, deciding what to do with fronts, making sure the cars are prepped. It's 2-wheel drive, so everyone's rebuilding their ball diffs after all their practice, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So it's
no.
chill. After the last 3 days, been busy.
Yeah.
And exhausting. I fell asleep last night whilst on the phone to my girlfriend. I lasted a minute and I was gone. And then my phone was ringing and I was like, oh. She was like, you fell asleep, didn't you? I was like, yep. But no, I had a good sleep last night, ready for today.
Yeah. That was the same thing. I call my girlfriend. I'm like, hey, babe, when I'm doing this event, you might not talk to me much. It's just, you're going the entire time and you're like, it's already nighttime. What just happened? I think that's part of RC. You guys need to interview Josh. No, Josh Payne's also another character.
He's a fun guy.
He's a fun guy.
I think I've seen him here today.
Has he been here? He's around.
Yeah, he's been
He's
here.
around.
Kind of a weekend.
This
Well,
fly's attacking you, man.
I know, right?
He's coming
It's
after
the
you.
British sweat
It's
coming up my skin.
he's coming after you. He's attacking you. So we need to get a couple other guys in here. But
have you interviewed many of the Europeans?
we need to get more of them in here.
Can we
You
do
need to
that?
help.
I can
You need to
send
help
Daniel over.
facilitate bringing other Europeans in here.
I can make some of that happen if you like.
Okay, yeah.
So the Schumacher contingent, I can send.
Yeah,
over.
let's get some others in here, some characters.
You've had Alowski on?
Have not had Orlowski on.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
we
see-
had a
see
little
what I can
interview with him, I think with Zach, and kind of talking about everything, and but yeah, we'd love to get him into the booth.
I'll see what I can do. I'll just send them over. They can queue up.
Awesome.
It's cool, man.
Thank you, Trish.
Take care.
Appreciate you, buddy.
See you soon.
So guys, we're gonna try and get some more interviews here. Trish is gonna track down some people. I want to try and get. Put it on. Well, without further ado, Sean Ireland, that's amazing. You guys I think you guys are going 33. Is 33 or 32?
32 so far.
32. Amazing effort by all the team. We had a graphic up earlier. I don't know. I don't think we can pull it up right now because Zach doesn't know the computer as well as I do. But Team Associated was nearly 40% of the field from what we saw yesterday. You guys coming out here full swing, and it shows 1 and 2 world champions.
Yeah, it feels good. We put a lot of effort in. Obviously, we have a lot of guys back at the shop, engineers that work on products, lots of engineering meetings. We have a lot of losses ourselves. We all come back on Monday morning and figure out what went wrong, what went right, and try to improve on it. But to come here at a World Championships and obviously have a victory early is very satisfying, and it's enjoyable. That's what we do.
It's amazing, man. And we had Trish in here from Schumacher. We were kind of just talking about the company brands and everything. He was like, yeah, 2 Associated, 2 Schumachers up there. And looking at Schumacher push, they've done a huge push in the market. And we were talking about how Team Associated has kind of the most well-rounded vehicle platform for kind of everything, whether it be turf, carpet, dirt. You guys really go into that where you can use one platform with a couple little small changes here and there and really be competitive on any surface.
Yeah, we did that on purpose. Years ago, if you remember, we had a mid-motor and a rear-motor car, and then we sort of decided that with the traction coming up that we needed to do something a little different, and we've really kind of gone to the there's a carpet car and a clay car now, and they're each a little bit different from each other, different setups, and we've done pretty well with that. One car doesn't fit every track, but the tuning window is generally large enough that we can get most tracks to work pretty well. And we're not running 3-gear tall transmissions anymore, stuff like that. So it's more lay downs, lay backs. But the cars are working well. Obviously, the tires have gotten better and better. The grip's gone up. We've got high traction clay. So we're doing our best, trying to keep that operating window big enough that everybody can enjoy our cars, go fast. We like seeing a lot of guys at the Worlds, 40%. I didn't know the number. Mm-hmm. That's great. But we're also really focused on getting the average guy something that he can drive and enjoy and have fun with, and hopefully advance through the ranks.
No, it's definitely going that way. And I would say and especially Brent Thelke, he's been obviously an avid racer forever and team manager for a long time. But I've seen Brent, he's always looked for the young talent, and kind of culture that, especially with, like, for instance, Spencer Rivkin.
Yeah, Spencer was one that Brent found and brought on. Obviously, we took him to the Worlds in 2015, hoping that he'd do well. We didn't expect expect him to win, and he did. He's done that a lot. We have a lot of young guys that are brought up. Brent's only our American team manager. We also have Craig Drescher here, who does our European team management. And we've got the Hall brothers both here doing well, and the Carups are here, and we got 15-year-old in the A main, and it's all because we look for young talent, try to nurture them, help them, and the ones that got it, try to bring them along and see how they fly. But yeah, to be 15 and make an A main is really impressive.
Yeah, no, most definitely, and he's got 2 world championships, 2015 and 2019.
Who's this?
Spencer.
Spencer's got 2015 and is it
2019?
Yeah, he's got 2019 at Hudi Arena.
Was it Slovakia?
Yeah.
I'm not okay. Yeah. So I know kind of we had an interview with him last night with Zach, and kind of almost right after the win, and you could see the emotion that was there, where he was this close to grabbing that 4-wheel drive Worlds win.
Yeah, it's really, really tough because we're all super happy for what Davide did, and he came over and he drove great. A lot of good battles with Orlowski and obviously with Spencer in A3. But we all know coming in that there's going to be one winner, and then everybody else is going to kind of wish they did a little bit more, could have done more. But Spencer is very, very mature. He's a great racer. He's done this a lot, and he knows the work was actually done earlier. He was starting 5th on the grid, trying to compete with somebody that was starting 1st on the grid. And when you start a few grid spots back, it's tough. You have to come through some of the best in the world and beat one of the best in the world.
Stephen Hartson did it back at A-Main.
It can happen on the last lap
he was 6th, and I remember the jump pad.
In 2013.
Nuts. And I think that was against Jorn Neumann, or was it Nayato? I think it was one of the two. They all came over. It was
crazy. We didn't think we'd won. We thought we'd lost, and in the last lap, we find out we'd won. That was pretty crazy. It can happen. You can see that Spencer was within a second.
Oh, it was like thousandths of a second of what he didn't make the lap by. But putting on a show for the crowd was like, it wasn't like Davide checked out with it and he was gone. It was a knockout, drag out to the end.
It's one of the best drives I've ever seen. I've been doing this for my entire life, and I've seen some good drives, but in person to watch that and then to see him reeling in Davide was really, really impressive. He was on point. He was inch perfect on a lot of turns. Got a little hairy a time or two, collected it back up, but this stuff is hard. I think we all know it. Everybody that's had a transmitter in their hand knows it's hard, and I think you heard the crowd. In some of those instances when he made passes or got close, it's really hard to keep focused when you hear that many people, hundreds and hundreds of people gasp and screaming.
And the cheers.
He's the local favorite.
Yeah.
I don't know how he does it, but he managed to do it, and it's really the same for Davide, right? Lots of pressure with somebody coming up on you.
And mentioning Davide, he is now, I think it's history that he's now the reigning 8 scale and 10 scale. He's got one in each at the same time.
Yeah, I believe it's correct that he's the first guy to go back-to-back in 8 scale.
Yep.
And then he's the first guy to hold 8 scale and 10 scale at the same time as well. I believe that to be correct, but somebody will have to check that.
What a Just unbelievable.
What's even more unbelievable is we wanted him to come over and practice, and we actually had a ticket for him to come over to practice, and he got sick and couldn't make it, so
Wow.
he had no practice.
And I heard the rumor has it he was building his car for this race on Wednesday night.
I think Nuno was probably wrenching hard and getting his car ready. I think that's correct as well.
He doesn't even race 10 scale, and he's out here, and it was no, what a drive for him. Team Associated, you guys, you're racers at heart. But you also have a lot of other things that are underneath your guys' umbrella, including Element, and you got the drag stuff. That's Team Associated, obviously, but other stuff other than 10 scale off-road cars and 8 scale off-road. You guys are in a little bit of everything. Anything on-road coming from you guys here in the future? That's kind of on the back burner.
No comment.
Okay.
We're always working on
All
stuff.
right. All right.
Yeah, obviously we have 4 brands really. Team
Yes.
Associated makes both race cars and ready to runs.
Okay.
We've got Element making the ready to runs. We've got Factory Team making all the option parts, and then Reedy obviously with all the electronics, motors, batteries, chargers, accessories. We're working a lot. We have really talented engineers that go to town and try to make stuff go faster. We know a half a tenth is important. So on the racing side, we got some really, really great guys here doing that. On the ready-to-run side, we know that's kind of what helps pay the bills. It's difficult to race without some revenue coming in somewhere else. We spend a lot of money traveling around the world racing with people. So we're trying to do a little bit of everything, and we're competing against excellent competitors, the X-Rays and the Schumachers and everybody of the world.
Everybody's pushing, and those guys are, they're full factories, and they're coming. The reigning world champion was Bruno before Davide, and with the X-Ray, their team that's here, and they've got a really good team. I don't know if they've figured out this surface yet, and I'm just looking at it. And Bruno's very, very talented, but they never looked like they were in the hunt like the Schumacher and AE was, and even TLR at the time.
Yeah, my understanding is that Schumacher spent weeks over here in practice, so it's not really a surprise that they were kind of up to speed more quickly. I spoke to Bruno. I don't have a really extended relationship with him, but I spoke to him quickly just in the hobby shop the other day, and he said it just took him a little time to figure things out. But once he figured things out, you could see, I think he finished 3rd in A3. He was up there, and he was going pretty good. His car looked good. And a lot of that's just his talent, too. He can make the car work well. But that's the tricky part, it's your car has to work, the driver has to work. You can't have mistakes. You can't have somebody crash in front of you or throw you off, because every couple tenths of a second, even over a 5-minute run. I mean, we were laughing about the 5th round of qualifying. I think there were like 12 guys with a 5.11. Right? 12 guys within a second
Unreal.
after 5 minutes.
It's unreal.
Yeah, it's close. You cannot miss a corner.
It's unreal. So guys are currently bringing it up. It'd be stick radio. So
Yep.
I've heard this a couple times, and even who is it? Fee Long.
Mm-hmm.
His hands are too small, so he can't use a pistol grip, so he uses sticks, and he's wicked fast. The kid's like 7.
Yeah.
he's small, and he's a talent. And but Davide, and I've seen, I think Boots runs one. A lot of more Europeans than Americans run it. What do you see in those differences between that and pistol grip? And you've been in this longer than me. What's the generation of those radios, and why people choose which? Do you think, other than maybe just being comfortable with it?
It's really probably, unfortunately, the nationality that you grew up. So I'm old. I raced in the 80s, and back then, if you were generally Asian or European, stick radio is what you chose. It was the Americans that kind of went to the brown box wheel radio back in the day.
And that was Futaba, right?
Futaba.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's what a lot of us started with, and we put a slot car handle in the back, and then Futaba and Sanwa and KO back in the days. We had some really good pistol radios, and all the Americans gravitated toward it. It's probably because it feels like a car. You got a wheel to turn. But as you go to international races, so like the guy that always beat me was Masami Hirosaka.
He beat everybody.
One of the best ever.
The GOAT.
but I do think there's something to it. It's funny this question came up because I was talking to some of the guys last night at dinner, and I said, listen, if I had a son and he wanted to race, I would advise him to get sticks. Because you watch the way Masami can correct in corners more quickly, or even brakes. It's harder to do with your finger than it is with your thumb. For those of you that haven't gone out and looked at it, there's videos out there of Davide running his 8-scale car with his sticks. and it's almost like he has ABS because he can move his thumb so quickly on the brakes and gauge and rotate the car.
And that you mentioned that, there was that whole gyro, gate
gyro,
thing where he had that, and they were checking checking everything right afterwards, and people were like, "This isn't possible." And then somebody got a shot of him on the sticks, and they're like, "The gyro's in his hands."
I think it was JQ.
I think it was JQ.
I think JQ took that video, and it's just the amount of speed that he can put into that thumb is a lot better. And you go through, and we've gone transition from guys that try to drive really smooth. Like Cav, I think puts the tip of his finger on the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
On
I drive with the tip of mine.
And
Same
there's
thing.
a few guys that do that. That's probably better than putting your finger all the way in. But having the ability to move the stick really quickly and correct a couple times in a corner is probably the way to go. But
it's got two back-to-back world championships, and he's obviously one of the best in the world, and doing his, and he is, Neil Craig, and he's got a world championship as well.
Yeah, I believe that I talked to Ongaro after. This is Zach in the box right here, Sean. Thanks for joining us. But I talked to Ongaro yesterday, and you could probably contest to this. He's actually used a pistol grip in the past and said that he's pretty fast with it as well.
Well, Masami was pretty fast driving with his feet as well.
So, exactly. Hey,
the
Zach,
fast guys are always fast.
One thing, and Rob, can we start getting everybody's two-wheel drives over here for photos? So let's go get that going, so we can get that in the overlays. We've been working on a whole bunch of stuff. The live coverage has been going pretty decent.
Oh, it's been great.
And thank you to Team Associated. Where's the Team Associated? It's up here, right here. So thank you to Team Associated, for the sponsorship of the live coverage and everything. We got your commercial in there now, so we'll be playing that. The Palacios, I know him from Extreme.
Yeah. Macho Palacio.
Macho Palacio. He's a good dude. And I know one of your engineers came over. I was like, hey, let's get that. So my apologies. I just saw it today when I was like, I need to get it in. But we've been shouting you guys out the entire time. And if we can, also we can play it to your guys' Facebook feed if you guys also want that. So
I thought we were getting it set up.
We'll try and get it set up for tomorrow. Let's do it.
I'm non-technical.
we need to make that happen. We need to make that happen. So, but amazing drive here from Team Associated. You guys have 32. You said, right? It's 32.
Correct.
And going for 33. So now four-wheel drive's over. You guys got the world championships. You're looking towards number 33. Obviously, what are you guys doing with tires? What's going on in the team? What do you guys plan on? Is there going to be where guys are going to stick on the AKA fronts? You guys going to try something else? Do you guys have other team drivers trying something else? What's the strategy?
The overall feeling is that everybody's going to probably run the AKA tire. My fear is because, again, I raced in the 80s and watched Masami bring special tires out, that somebody tries something and finds some magic. But at the moment, I think everybody's feeling like the tires wear in together, and you wouldn't have like a different rate of wear if you were running a different brand. But it's going to be individual choice. I know these guys have practiced on AKAs for months now without sauce and whatnot. So, it's the same with our team. I mean, we've got one car that we bring here and we race, and everybody's got a slightly different setup. Somebody's going to choose something different on the tires, I'm sure, too, and somebody may find some magic. But at the moment, it sounds like AKA all four.
AKA all four. So are they limited? I know they're limited to 6 rears. Do they only get 6 fronts as well?
I believe so.
Okay. So that's, that was kind of one of the things that was in question. We were talking to Jason Rona, and he's got a massive amount of history and experience with all this. So he was telling us, everybody's pretty much going to match up those sets, and that's what they're going to go with and break everything in, kind of together.
I've talked to a couple of our guys what they're going to do with tires, even through the four-wheel process. And there were a couple different mindsets of what you want. Obviously, the new tires were fast. But even the A main, what do you do when you get one set of tires? Do you run some of the tires that you've already run that maybe already had a run, or do you run A1, A2, A3 on the new set of tires? And there were different thought processes, and at some point you have to have a clear head getting on the driver's stand and know what you want and the choice you made was the best one you have available to you, so that you're ready to race and not worry about your tires.
Yeah. So it's we're gonna see. Obviously, I believe they run the 4-wheel first to kind of get the track run in and get some traction down, because you can't sauce or heat up your tires or anything like that. The tricks of the trade for getting slicks to hook up. And hopefully we have as good of a world championship for the viewers as well as all of us as we did yesterday.
That's the hope, right? I mean, we watched a Worlds go to A3 and down to the last corner. Anytime you have that, it's good for all of us. It's good for the hobby, and it's exciting. So I hope we have the same thing over again, where we can just have really, really good, clean racing and enjoyable. A well-deserved champion, and everybody else that felt like they contributed and did well.
Awesome.
Yep.
Well, we're looking forward to it. We're going to be getting some more pictures here. We're going to track some more people down. Thank you, Sean, for joining us in the booth here. And, we're going to rock it, and I'm sure you guys are going to rock it this weekend and shooting for number 33.
As Ongaro said, we'll try.
Thank you, my friend.
All right.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. All right, guys, so we're going to try and track down the Mugen car. We have been getting totally bombarded by you guys. It looks like the pictures for the Mugen are on Red RC. So shout out to our friends over there at Red RC if you guys want to go and check that out. But we're going to try and show it live for you here. Yeah, go and get him and try and bring the car.
Bring the car.
So we're going to try and bring the car here. We're going to twist on over, try and get Adam Drake over here or Shin, for that matter, with the car. And this fly is attacking me.
Just for us. Just like iPhone.
So yeah, guys, so we're going to see if we can find that thing. Somebody says it looks like a two-wheel drive buggy.
It's a good start.
Mugen is like a TLR front and AE rear end, in my opinion. So we're going to see if we can get that car up here live in a full 360 view of this thing. We don't know yet. I don't know where Wayne is. Looks like
got him on
Wayne's
screen coming up.
Oh, he's coming up here.
Great,
Sweet.
it looks like.
People are saying it looks like a TLR. It looks like a Schumacher.
Oh. See, it's in his hand right there. There's Drake coming up.
Oh! Come into the zone.
It's got Shin's paint scheme on it, I see.
You already making parts?
Yeah, we already have mod parts for this thing already ready, primed. All right, so you guys can see the photo from up there. Let's transfer it over. So, well, it looks like a two-wheel drive.
Yep.
We got Adam Drake here from Mugen. Shin, obviously, he kind of alluded that you guys might have something. He's running four-wheel drive. We thought it was a new four-wheel drive. He's like, no, it's a TLR with these shocks on it, I'm guessing. And this thing looks beautiful, fit and finish. So you guys might have something coming here very, very soon. Talk us through what's going on with the Mugen two-wheel drive.
Yeah, so we don't have like an official release date yet, but as you can see, it's basically a production car. There is, always some fine tuning and tweaking that needs to be done. And with Mugen being a full-on race company, we don't have the corporate world pressing us for dates. We're gonna do our homework and make sure everything is correct, fit and finish is good, quality is exactly where we want it. This has been a long-term project that Shin's been working on for nearly 2 years. And again, we just took our time wanting to make sure that everything was correct and to the Mugen standard. If anyone's built a Mugen kit, they know there's no reaming and shimming and cutting and grinding. The kit goes together without any of that extra work that needs to be done. So yeah, we're excited about it, and we hope, and based on the coverage we've seen so far, everyone at home seems to be pretty excited about it as well.
No, most definitely. I can already see just kind of just rotating stuff in here, and nothing's tight. Everything's super smooth. The shocks feel amazing. Like you said, fit and finish, obviously from Mugen is top notch, and a lot of those features that we see, we got a front sway bar on here already. I'm sure it's going to be coming decently standard in the kit. They got rear sway bar on there as well. The adjustable pills they're in the square design and shifting those around.
Yeah, the diff's easy to access.
Yep.
There's a lot of unique
Can
features.
I take off the body?
Yeah, of course. There's quite a few unique features. There's a lot of stuff that's also similar to other cars on the market. But there is a lot of stuff that's really unique. The rear shock standoff, the front spindle is quite a bit different. Camber links have inserts.
Can we use a 7mm, take off the wheels and show the... Can you give me a 7mm wrench? Okay, oh yes, thank you. I got it. So we had a couple different questions here from the guys. We'll take off, we'll show those things. Do you know the price point on it?
No, there's still a lot of small details to work out, but we know the price point that we need to be within, the range that we need to be in. So it's always a little bit difficult to compare some cars to others based on just the actual sticker price, because some cars come with more options or some cars need less options out of the box. But we kind of know the range that we need to be in, and that's what we're working towards. So we do have a lot of small details to still work out, but from the testing and development standpoint, we're very close.
And this already looks like this is pretty much a pre-production car. There's not like, where other companies you'll see them testing other people's hubs on their front spin. Like this is a full Mugen.
This is 100% Mugen. Again, just like with all of our 8-scale platforms, you're not going to see parts from other cars on our stuff. Fit and finish is second to none, and the Mugen quality is unbelievable, and it's going to be the same thing with the 10-scale stuff. So yeah, there's no parts that we're using or shared from other vehicles to kind of get this up and running. This has been a long time in development, and we've done our homework, or Shin has done his homework, and yeah, we're super excited.
Yeah, all these guys are like, Drake, I want one so bad, send me one. Okay, well, it's going to be, hundreds of dollars. So are you guys going to do a carpet kit and a dirt kit? The carpet and turf has become so popular. Are you going to do kind of the AE route?
We feel that we can do one kit and kind of accommodate both. This is also one of the things that's kind of taken a little bit more time to develop on the two-wheel side of things. Early on, when when the class went to mid-motor, there were so many different configurations with lay down, lay back. Nowadays, the big difference between the carpet and dirt kit is the differential. So we think we're going to be able to have one kit that will accommodate both. If needed, we could do two, but the plan at this time is to do one kit that will accommodate both carpet and dirt.
Yeah, so I see something different I haven't seen before is these little L brackets on the bottom where you can shift over for the shock position. That's a pretty cool little design there.
Yeah, so it's actually kind of a dual feature. It allows you, like with most molded arms, you have 2 or 3 shock locations that you're tied into or you're committed to once the arms are molded. So with the standoffs, we're able to shift that and basically put the shock position wherever we want. And you can also shim that to basically adjust the amount of gull wing the rear arm has. So you don't have to have multiple different arms to be able to really tune the car for all the different conditions.
Let's see. You guys going to have obviously ball diff and gear diff
Yep.
setups?
Yep.
Amazing.
Yeah, we're going to have everything needed to go race competitively. Again, Mugen is a race-only brand. We don't do RTRs. We don't do basher stuff. We're 100% committed to racing, and it's going to be no different with the 10 scale stuff. You know, a few years ago we got into the touring car market, and we kind of changed the touring car market with the design of our current touring car, and we hope to kind of do the same in the 10 scale off-road market.
Amazing.
Adam, Zach here in the booth. Once again, thank you for bringing this out and showcasing it. It's been a huge hit, and thank you for participating in the chat. One of the questions that we've had, and something I have, obviously you are a phenomenal driver yourself. Do you guys have plans on hiring anyone? It might be a little bit premature to ask this now, but to be a 10 scale specialist for you?
Yeah, for sure. Again, we're a race company. We have to have racers, so it's not something that, you know, we have to have the cars available and ready before the driver, in a sense. So at this point, we're very, very close with the 2-wheel. We have a 4-wheel that's pretty much designed. So that will shortly follow, but we need to make sure that we have all the platforms and products to be able to put it in the hands and have someone who's able to go out and win on all levels. So that is definitely kind of in the cards for us, but at this point, you know, we want to get the car out and get it to customers, and we already have a lot of really good racers as well. Frankie Contreras is super good in both 10 scale and 8 scale. But yes, we will look to expand on the team that we currently have. The Killick brothers are currently under contract with Yokomo, but they're obviously part of the Mugen family, and will continue on and most likely join the Mugen family on the 10 scale side of things once their Yokomo contract's up.
Got it. So they will not be running this. Only Shin has this weekend.
For this event, it'll just be Shin. It was more of a, you know, wanting to come and see and support the event. We went to SDRC before coming here and did a little bit more final testing, a few small tweaks. So this race is purely a development race for us. You know, Shin is going to go out and do the best that he can, but this is more of a kind of final test in real race conditions than it is a event that we're here, you know, expecting to be a threat for the win.
Yeah, it looks amazing. Fit and finish looks amazing on here. This is a full production car. What's the ETA on this, do you think?
I mean, as you can see, it's from a development standpoint, it's basically ready to go, but there are still a lot of small details, still box art, manual, things like that. So I don't really want to give a specific date, but we're not that far off. So this is something that we hope to have available to everyone pretty soon.
Awesome. And
Christmas pre-orders would be nice.
Pre-orders, yeah, there you go. And you'd said Shin has been working on this on pretty much since his partnership and coming
Correct,
on with
yeah.
with Mugen.
Yeah, so Shin's an all-around good racer. He's run Mugen 8-scale stuff for quite some time, but he was basically hired on at Mugen to be the head designer and engineer for this project, as well as the 4-wheel project. He also has some development or some involvement with the development of the 8-scale stuff as well, but his primary focus has been the 10-scale stuff for us.
Awesome. So, and you did say a 4-wheel drive will be coming shortly after, or is it a couple year out?
Again, we're not going to rush things just to come out. From a design standpoint, Shin is pretty much done, other than some small details. We'll need to do a little bit more testing and development once we get kind of to this same point where we have more of a production style, I guess, pre-production prototype. But yeah, the 4-wheel shouldn't be too far behind.
Amazing. It looks great. It looks absolutely beautiful. So you got aluminum bulkhead up here, and can do the brass for carpet and turf, aluminum steering rack. So super quality here, front and rear sway bars on here, and just it
guys
looks amazing.
Do you guys have a name for it yet, Adam?
No,
No
no,
name?
not that we're sharing at this point.
And are these 13 mil bodies here?
Yep, 13 mil shocks.
Awesome. Wow. Well, this thing's amazing. What can we say? So new two-wheel drive guys coming from Mugen. I know Red RC probably has done a whole bunch of nice detailed pictures from what I heard.
Yeah,
so go and check
Red
them
RC
out.
just took some pictures. Now we're going to give it to you guys to take all the pictures
Yep.
you guys want, and we'll share your guys' post as well.
Awesome. Awesome.
So the more kind of shares and press and everything we can get on the car, the better. I wish we had all the information where we could give the details of the exact release date and price and everything like that, but I think it's pretty awesome that Shin was able to share his race car that he's running this weekend and kind of let everyone fondle it. And you come to a world championship, you want to focus on the race and just be like the rest of these guys, mounting your tires and kind of get in the zone for the race. And Shin's kind of had everyone swarming him all day. And
I'm sure he's had to keep this thing under wraps. He was just like, it was down inside a bag somewhere with the little TSA lock on it. Where
We just kept hearing Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Yeah, it was, he's just like, no, not right now. Later. So this thing, it looks absolutely beautiful. Great job to Shin and the entire Mugen team. I'm sure there's more guys on this than just him to make this thing happen.
Yep.
And, we're looking forward to it.
He's done an awesome job. Like I said, there's what you see here is pretty much production model, or just slightly pre-production model. There are a few little hop-ups on the car. And that'll be the cool thing is, again, because we've taken our time with this, at the time of the release, we'll also have a bunch of the option stuff available if you choose to use it for the different conditions that you're going to race in. Typically with most Mugen stuff, you don't need many options, but some guys like to kind of bling their car out.
Is this fully optioned out, or
No.
is this how it comes pretty much stock?
There are a few options, like the steering rack stock is plastic. Shin has the aluminum steering rack on there.
Position it.
So there are a couple options, but for the most part, it's very close to how it will come out of the box.
Amazing. So yeah, this thing looks great. Obviously, I see the scuff on the rear of the chassis here, so you guys have been doing some running.
That was from SDRC.
It's from SDRC. So, and yeah, that's super cool. So, is this one of one, or is he the only one out there with her? You guys currently testing
Shin
others?
is going to be the only one out racing it this weekend.
Got it.
But again, Shin has been doing a ton of testing. There has been some other people who have driven the car, but for the most part, this is Shin's baby.
So amazing effort here. It looks great. Can't wait to drive one myself. This looks awesome. Now, obviously, two-wheel and four-wheel are great, but for the U.S. market, is there going to be short course and truck? Are you guys kind of looking into that as well?
So there is talks of that. Obviously, two-wheel and four-wheel is what's most important globally. I feel it's super important that, especially for the U.S. market, and even in Europe, they run some stadium truck. So there's still talks of that. I don't want to promise or guarantee any of that, but if I had it my way, we would also have two-wheel drive short course and stadium truck. But again, the important stuff right now is two-wheel and four-wheel. Get those out in the market, and then see where it goes from there.
Awesome. And then another thing, somebody had jumped in the chat for the four-wheel drive. You guys going to go with shaft drive or with belt?
Chain
drive. MIP four-wheel drive, chain drive. Let's go.
It'll be shaft driven.
Shaft driven. Okay, so center differential. I'm guessing in that slipper has some sort of, or I know X-Ray has like a limited slip center diff. So that's been pretty cool. So
we
good things.
We have a lot of little things too that again we'll share more as we get closer. There's a lot of small details to not only the two-wheel but also the four-wheel that will be coming that are going to be unique or that are unique and new. So even though you have it in hand and you're checking it out, Shin paid a lot of attention to detail, and there's going to be some stuff that's, when we're ready to kind of release that information and announce it to everyone, it's, I think, going to get people even more excited.
Man, it's I can just feel it. Like you always just, I don't know why RC racers do this. You just feel the shocks, but it feels smooth, man. It feels good. Just everything is nice and smooth. It looks great. This is a very, very nice production car, and dude, amazing. Shin's over here looking in the background. He's checking it out, and yeah, it's everybody's loving it. Gas truck, yeah, there we go. That's the next one, Shin. Gas truck, 2-wheel drive.
Adam, being that we have you in the booth real quick, we'll take the opportunity. Obviously, we've already crowned the 4-wheel drive world champion. Who do you think we got in 2-wheel?
I think 2-wheel is going to be just like 4-wheel. I think there's going to be a lot of guys in the mix to make the final, and it always kind of seems like it comes down to 3 or 4 guys that are in contention to win. I think starting position is always important. You got to qualify good to put yourself in a good position for the 3 finals. Obviously, Spencer always runs super good here. Dakota's been super fast here. Ungaro is fast in anything that he drives. I think Orlowski probably feels like he left a little bit out there in 4-wheel drive, so I think he's going to have that little bit of extra hunger or chip. And same with Brock. And then also Mayfield. Mayfield has been really, really strong here at times, and he got it together in 4-wheel and ran his time in the main event. Even though he wasn't in the main that he wanted to be in, he ran super good. I think he learned a lot from 4-wheel, so I'd expect to see him in the mix as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Adam. I'm sure you're loaded off to a race somewhere tonight.
No, I'm going to be here all the way throughout 2-wheel.
Awesome.
I figured I made the trip out here.
Why wouldn't you stay?
Yeah, I was able to check out this facility for the first time. I feel like I've been here 100 times because I've watched so many of the
Well, hopefully you've been liking the coverage this weekend.
Yeah, it's been awesome. I literally I haven't been able to always be glued to it, but it's been playing in the background, whether it's in the garage, living room. So if I'm going from one room to the next, I hear you guys in each of the rooms. So it's been awesome. I appreciate all the coverage, and looking forward to 2-wheel.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Adam. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
I got a new 2-wheel drive, guys, here. Thank you. Sponsored by Mugen and Shin. We're going to give this over to Shu so he can grab some awesome photos of it, and it will be posted soon on Mod Live Media on Facebook and Mod. And this looks like, I'm looking at it, guys, and obviously there are other 2-wheel drives that are out there, and as far as fit and finish, it looks like it's right on par. So congrats to Mugen, Shin, the entire crew on this awesome 2-wheel drive. I'm looking forward to seeing it out there on the track, and great job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Adam. So we'll get this over. Shu, come take your new ride. There's some tires for it.
Matt, you want to throw Shin in here for a couple minutes?
Yeah, come on over, Shin.
Shin, you want to go? No? Okay, Shin says...
Shin, no? Just come show your face so people say hello.
Everyone needs to see who Shin Adachi is.
Come on in, Shin. We want to make a shot. Just put it on. You can make a...
Sure? Yeah.
Right on. We got Shin from Mugen here. The car looks amazing. So you transferred on from Yokomo. Mm-hmm. You're coming on to Mugen, and ever since then, we heard rumors that you guys were working on stuff. And, Mayfield, when he was with you guys at the time, we're like, okay, Shin's coming on with from Yokomo to Mugen. That's going to be his next. And then he transferred to Techno. But obviously, you guys have been working in the background on this new car, and it's beautiful. Mm-hmm. It is very beautiful. So lead us through what this car does different than other platforms, and what you feel that of what this is going to bring to the market.
I'm not sure. A couple years ago, the track it's pretty much different than the more high traction, even the DAD using the slick tires and with additive, super high traction, and the carpet track also getting more. So I looking for the car basically making it good balance for the high traction track. And of course, the Euro and in Japan still have the bumpy and the loose track. I was already testing every track, and then car feels pretty good now.
Yeah, it looks amazing. You ran it down at SDRC, and you've had others run it. What were their opinions on the car?
Just try the same setup in Japan and put on the SDLC. The car feels awesome. It's super easy to drive and nothing changed. I just checked in some parts. I think it's good for the car range is pretty wide.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, looking at that, Adam was saying the box art has to be done, the instructions have to be done. So realistically, the car is finished. Like there might be a couple little tweaks here and there. Are we going to see a release date before the end of the year, or is this a 2024 release? Do you think?
I
Can't say. Can't say. 2 weeks. That's what Team Associate says. 2 weeks. So it's going to be a couple months.
Anyway, it depends on what the factory.
Yes. Yes. And I don't know where is it manufactured? What's the manufacturing country?
Taiwan.
So in Taiwan.
Yeah.
I know at least in China, they have a vacation every 2 weeks. They're like shut down. It's shut down in China for 3 months.
Right.
They're like we're on Christmas break. See ya. So yeah, it's amazing. It looks like it's a great car. We're gonna be laser focused with our zoom in on our cameras over here. With your face popping up.
Yeah.
So don't crash. Don't crash on camera. So you want, but the car looks amazing. Great job, Shin, on that.
Thank you.
And thank you so much. It's gonna be. We're looking forward to the release, the first time of at least on video to the world. Thank you, Shin.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Awesome. So that is right there, the designer of the new Mugen 2-wheel coming on with us here. It looks very promising. Shin, you grab your body. It's my new body. Let's give it. So amazing, amazing looking car there, guys. Shin's on it. We got Tim over here, and they're getting photos of everything and really tricking that stuff out. You can check that on Mod Live Media. Yeah, so it was good. So I think I'm getting the entire chat here, hopefully. So amazing looking car there, guys. Transfer us over there, Robbie. Rob, who else has a camera? Let's shift it over, camera number 1, to focusing on the car. Let's see if we can... hey, Chris. Get a hold of him. Point camera number 1 at the car and him taking photos. There we go. There we go. Tell him to zoom out and remove the Dasani bottle. There we go. Very cool, guys. So just he's taking photos of that new car. Nice presentation. No revolution though. So no new hotness is what you're saying there, Christoph. It looks really good. And I think one of the things is with two-wheel drive, there's no doubt that the TLR, the 5.0, it's a very, very good car. I think it's current national champion. I want to say that it is. With Dakota driving it, and their four-wheel drive is amazing as well. But their two-wheel, it's been kind of lacking that. They haven't made many revisions over the years. That Thomas has told us that. You look at it, and Team Associated currently comes out with a lot of updates and facelifts to their car and kind of what their team has done. And I think in the racing community, everybody's kind of looking for that, right? They're looking for that newness, some sort of facelift. I do a lot of, obviously I own Mod, and we do a lot of production products and everything like that. And you know, guys are always looking for something new, something hot, and it reinvigorates the community. So that new two-wheel drive, it's you know, just looking at it kind of out of the box is very, very nice. You know, it's got kind of, you know, you look at it, it's got kind of some elements from a little bit of everything. Why would you not? They're going, you know, like Team Associated or TLR, or Yokomo for that matter, Kyosho, and you look at everything, and then you also add your own flair to it. And I gotta say that everything was so smooth. So I don't know if that's because it's just Shin's car or that's how it comes out of the package, but everything from the hinge pins, I could feel just twisting those in there, to the shocks, and just everything feeling so free. We'll see if it comes out of the package that way when you build it, but it was very nice, very smooth. So and when you're driving these cars, you just want to be connected to the car. That you need to feel the car when you drive it. So sometimes you don't want to be white knuckling these things. And two-wheel drive modified is the hardest platform to keep kind of wrangled. So if they can keep you know, a two-wheel mod, you know, underneath control, and in the U.S. market, two-wheel drive stock is very good, so it kind of translates over. No name for it yet there, Tyrone. You see if the trail is adjusted. I did not look. It looked like it had swept from arms, almost like the TLR. Looks like nice quality from Mugen. Good job, guys. Thanks to the mod team from Portugal. What's going on, Narisco on YouTube? Torque specs for the kind of smoothness. Yes, most definitely. Oh, so we got, looks like we got Shu over there shooting photos of the of that new car. You can see those flashes back there. Focus on with the joystick if you can there, Robbie Rob. Camera number 3. The cars.
Run all the way in on it.
Yeah, you can go a little bit further. There you go. Or zoom out a little bit. You can zoom out, get a kind of just shooting it up. There you go. Perfect. Going to camera, the other cam. Shu doing his work. Amazing. Thank you, sir. No love for X-ray. We need to get some X-ray guys in here. Hey, who do we get in here? Let's pull, we need to pull Ty, Gord, or Bruno, or Martin Bayer over here. Where's Zach at? Let's get Zach over here. Talk to, yeah, we got Associated in here. We got Mugen in here. We need to get TLR in here.
Who do you want
Schumacher. Get Zach over here real quick. Hey, buddy, let's try rounding out some of the other main teams. You know any of the X-ray guys really well? Maybe some of the, like, Martin Bayer or Bruno or somebody. Let's talk to those guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch it off. Officially.
What are you on? You're on 3? That's fine. You can still shoot that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, me too? Okay. All right, Robbie Rob. Let's go
ready?
to camera number 5.
All right, you guys are on.
Well, everybody knows Martin Bayer. He's got Curly here from X-Ray. You're a large team here. Cars looked amazing. You guys had Bruno in the main, and but we can't take any photos of the X-Ray cars. So you guys are working on some stuff, and now we're coming into 2-wheel drive. How is 4-wheel drive for you guys, and what can people look forward to from X-Ray?
Well, hello everybody first. We're enjoying the event. I mean, it's super good, and you guys doing a super good job with the coverage. So it's just very nice to see that everybody can watch and follow. Follow drive was a difficult race. We started with setup which was not really perfect, but in the end we found the pace, and the car was in the point, and in the last final Bruno was really fast. We don't really run many special parts, so I mean everybody can come and see our car. So
right on. It's X-Ray team. You guys are a little bit of everything from 8 scale to on-road, off-road. You guys manufacture everything in-house. Ty has been kind of one of your guys' main guys in North America, and been very fast and Gord. And you guys have a very established team. Everything looks good. What for 2-wheel drive, what did you guys learn in 4-wheel drive to kind of help you guys get on pace that may help you in 2-wheel drive?
I mean, the main issue for us was the side grip. I mean, the forward and the steering was okay with the car, so we were looking for more side grip to be more consistent for the 5 minutes run. So I think in the end we understanding where it is and what we have to do for 2 wheels. So I hope this will help us a lot to improve in 2-wheel drive since the beginning.
Very cool. We have some chats coming in here. Something new that we haven't heard of much is El-Saram, the new speed control and motor, or just speed control?
For the moment, it's just the speed control. It's a completely new project that started already like 4 years ago. And this year we come and we show up with this new amazing project. It's something new, something nobody make until today. So
What is different about this new speed control platform?
I mean, we don't use any fan. It has a special system for the cooling, which is on the bottom of the speed control. We have the LCD display on top, which basically tells you all the data after the run. You can see after the run what was your battery, how much it drops. If you feel maybe like in the end of the run I have no power, but then it's difficult to find it. Where was it? Was it the motor or the gear ratio was wrong? And it's basically our speed will just show you all where was the problem. If the battery drops down, if the battery is too used, if the motor was too hot. It also, after the run, sometimes you feel like maybe I just use not enough turbo. So it just shows you on the graph basically how much turbo did you use, how many times did you engage. So it just helps to make you better set up on the track. So I think this is something that nobody has yet, and it's just super easy for us to understand what's going on. So.
Amazing. Are they looking into motor technology as well, or is it going to be a package that people can purchase? And are you guys going to go? There's a lot of modified racing in Europe and around the world. In the U.S. market's a lot of stock racing. How are you guys going to infiltrate that market?
I mean, we are in the beginning, so we are learning, and we started with already very good pace, which I'm super happy. And also we are in the future working on the motors, which the project started already this year, but it will take some time to bring the whole combo. And I think end of this year we are going for some race in US to enter the stock and to see how it will be good. So
right
far
on.
the testing was really good with the stock class, and I think we can perform really good.
Awesome. We have people commenting, when will the new XB2 carpet car come out?
It should come in maybe 1 month on the market. Unfortunately, the plan was to run the car here, but it was not able to make it on the time. So we're running now our old two-wheel drive, and in about 1 month should be on the market brand new two-wheel drive, which is almost new car. So.
What are the changes from the old car to the new car?
We were looking for more easy car, more rear traction, and the car which don't need to be really set up that much for many multiple surfaces. So I think it's a pretty cool car, and I'm can't wait to run this on other races.
You're like, I wish I had that car right now.
Yeah, I mean, I did some testing at home. We do this for a very long time, testing of this car, and the car was really good. So I'm really sad we didn't make it for this race, but I'm looking forward for next race.
Amazing, amazing. When can people, like you said, a month, when will the next big event that you guys will be racing it at, do you believe?
I think the biggest next event is maybe in the Europe is EOS, where we go, and then maybe Carpet Florida Championship in Florida.
Awesome. Oh, yes, that beach line.
Yep.
Amazing.
It's a good race. So.
Amazing. Oh, most definitely. Those guys are awesome. It says, sounds like a great ESC. Ask Martin about the upcoming IFMAR GT World Championships.
Yeah, I wish I could go there because it's a good fun to drive this class, but unfortunately I have no more time to go for so many races because I have the family at home and I need to spend also some time at home, so I just cannot.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling.
I wish I can, but it's not possible.
Right on. So let's see. We don't need something about setup. Anything new else coming out from X-Ray in the coming months that you guys are currently working on? Anything new with four-wheel drive?
We're coming out soon with the on-road class with a brand new X4, which we work on it for a very long time. So I think this is a pretty impressive project. And yeah, we're coming also with new four-wheel drive, couple changes, and then brand new two-wheel drive. So there is always something.
Always something going on in the X-Ray camp.
We always try to improve to get better and to share this with our customers. So
I love it. I love it. Well, your guys' products obviously speak for themselves. Fit and finish and quality is always, top notch. The X-Ray hoodie, everything like that. What are? Okay.
Frank Root.
What is your thoughts? For the two-wheel drive, World Championship, and looking at all the racers, what would be your top three pick? You kind of just looking at it, just not even X-Ray, but just the talent that's here. What is your opinion of who's looking really good?
The competition here is super high. There was a couple drivers who really prepared for this very, very hard, and I wish I can say. For me, always the pickup will be my guys. I mean,
of course.
I mean, that's normal.
Well, Bruno's in there, Tessman.
Yeah, I mean, Bruno and Ty, they are super good drivers.
Yes.
So I hope they find their pace. We give them good setup. So I hope they can be for me on the top.
I get it, the top. So obviously, very tough competition. It is a World Championships.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Martin, for joining us and letting people answering a couple questions. Good luck to the team, X-Ray team, in your search for two-wheel drive worlds.
Yep. Thank
Awesome.
you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Awesome, guys. So we have Martin Bayer here from X-Ray, lead designer for the X-Ray cars. I think we have Frank Root heading on in here for TLR. Oh man, he's even got the World's hat on. I might have to trade him. Looks good there. So we got Frank here from Horizon and TLR, and we should be having the motorcycle out here. I love that thing. Why do we not have a class already here? Probably one of the most successful releases I have ever seen. Very, very fun project. But put that aside, amazing. Man, the World Championships, what's your thoughts on the World so far and how the team's done? Dakota was very fast. Tollard kind of impressed a lot of us. He had some health issues. Lead us into four-wheel drive, how you guys have been doing, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, so obviously the race went okay for us. Not maybe as good as we had hoped. Dakota's been awfully fast on clay and kind of came in with pretty high expectations for how we would finish, and fell a little bit short of that. I mean, I think our cars were really good. We finished 6th in the main, 9th in the main, won the B, so 11th and 12th, and had a lot of guys putting in good runs. So it was a little bit of a bummer to not finish better, but we just missed it a little bit with Dakota, and Cole had a couple of just small mistakes that kept him from getting a little bit higher, but I was super proud of both of those guys and a lot of the guys on the team for how they run and continue to fight through the week so far and make their cars better and improve on their driving. And I know everybody's fired up for two-wheel because we feel like we got some good momentum going into that.
No, most definitely. Obviously the TLR 4-wheel drive, you worked on that project intensely. I've driven it. It's one of the best 4-wheel drives I've ever driven, and just the competition level out here is outstanding. You know, on Garo, just with the sticks, everybody's talking about the sticks, and you know, Dakota's so super fast. And there was that one incident with Orlowski in the corner that probably dropped him down a lot as far as the where his position may have been to kind of be a little bit more lethal, I would say, in the main events for positioning wise.
Yeah, he had a couple of runs that were, you know, maybe he needed to get a little bit better scores on, you know, on Monday. But on Tuesday morning, he was on a good run. He was leading on the pace that he was on. Would have got him right at that TQ for round 5, and that would have started him second or third. And yeah, Orlowski and him got together. I wasn't a big fan of it, and it's unfortunate. Didn't really work out for us, and didn't really hurt Michael. So yeah, it's in these races these days, starting from 9th, you need some help and some good fortune. And Dakota did get that in A3 and was able to get a 4th from 9th, which is pretty solid, but didn't get it in 2 out of the 3 and had some bad luck in the other ones. And it happens. I know he's not super pumped on it, but I think it's got a little fire lit under him to come into 2-wheel with a little extra motivation.
And he's currently 2-wheel drive Roar national champion, is he not?
He is.
So yeah, so going into this one, top of the U.S. and or North America, and you know, so everybody's asking. We asked Thomas Tran. I ask at the pits every J Concepts. What's going on with the TLR 2-wheel drive? I know you were kind of pulled off of it for the motocross thing. But what's going? Because people are chomping at the bit for a new, or at least a revised TLR 2-wheel drive, even though it is obviously very, very fast.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the good thing, is that the car that we have now, this 5.0 Elite, we have a couple of parts that we're fitting on from the 4-wheel or making some adjustments to the front end, but all the parts that we're running are commercially available, and the car is really fast with a couple of modifications to it. So that's the good news. What we have now is more than capable of finishing at the top of any race in the U.S. and the world. But yeah, we're, you know, in a perfect world, you build a kit out of the box and it doesn't need those modifications, and that's something that we're going to continue to work forward with on all of our future projects and kits. Won't really lay out the exact business plans we have in the next couple of years.
I was going to say, man, what are we looking for here? Is it going to be a facelift, or are we getting a completely new car?
We're a little overdue for some upgrades. We have more than a couple coming, if we'll put it that way. So that's about as much as I'll get into it. But yeah, we're not done competing and racing by any means, and we have new stuff in the works, and can't wait to get it out here and see how it performs.
Amazing, amazing. Now, obviously, Horizon is the biggest distributor that's out there. There was some issues with the systems that you guys upgraded, and it was widely known. What has gone in place to kind of like start getting those orders out? Because kind of what I heard, there was like 5 systems that changed, and nothing was talking to each other, and you guys were kind of dealing with the fallout from that for the past couple months and getting everything back up and running at Horizon.
Yeah, so Horizon's had the same back-end system for our inventory control for, I think, 25 years. We had a really old system, and it wasn't allowing us to help our customers, service our customers, keep our inventory as accurate as we were hoping for. And those types of systems have improved a lot in the last couple of decades, and we wanted to integrate into a system that could really improve things for us across the board. Unfortunately, that integration did not go very smoothly. We did a lot of testing, we spent a lot of time on it, and things happened that we didn't expect or felt like we're out of our control, and it's really a bummer for us because at the company at Horizon, we pride ourselves on customer service and being on top of things. I think almost any hobby shop will tell you order from Horizon before noon on a Thursday, and it's going to ship by Thursday evening, or whatever day of the week you place your order. So for us, it's been extra hard because it's not only not gone smoothly, but it's kind of the antithesis of how we like to look at ourselves in the industry and what we try to do for customers and dealers. The good news is, this is our number one thing that our company is working on as a whole. People are working on it daily. We're finding ways to improve the system, get things integrated correctly. A lot of the stuff has been fixed, and we're continuing to work through some stuff, but it's getting better each day, and before you know it, we'll be back to not only the horizon of old, but even better than before.
Right on, right on. Well, I know Pride's been a huge supporter of mod and, kind of the scale stuff that we do and everything, and we're, do a lot with that, and it's a shame to see, but we understand those systems and stuff, and it's doing anything like that, and it's talking to each other is a huge thing. So hopefully all gets up and running again. So knowing what kind of four-wheel drive happened. What are you guys kind of preparing for with the, you guys own AKA now? Yep. We know that nothing was, there was Larry obviously took fault of, the numbers weren't quite right. I'm looking at it and I'm kind of, I think there kind of should be a limit on maybe how many sets there are, just from a pure racer standpoint, and kind of more of the guys that are more on a budget and can't do one-run tires, which I think is ridiculous personally to just do one runs. What are you guys doing? Everybody's, even though it is an open front tire, everybody's sticking with those AKA fronts.
Yeah, I think most people are going to probably end up on AK fronts just for whatever reason on clay. Whenever you mismatch rubber, it never really seems to work out. So there's some people who are potentially going to try like a four-wheel drive AKA front, and then their AKA has a newer two-wheel drive slit called the Void. So there might be a little bit of people messing around with that. And I'm sure the guys from J Concepts and Proline will give those tires a try. But I expect most people will likely end up on AKA slicks. I think for myself, I'm totally fine with the limited quantity of tires. I do kind of wish that the free practice wasn't limited, like the limitation on what tires you run and how many sets should start with CP1. Like I've done a lot of touring car races in the past with control tires, and open practice is open, and then when you hit your seating round, that's when you got to start running control tires. And like I said, it's
do
really...
you know, I'm sorry to cut you off, do you know the psychology behind that, of why it is like that?
I think for this specific event, they just don't have enough tires for people to buy 3-4 sets of tires for a free practice, so they're just limiting it. I just think it gets a little dicey when you're trying to decide whether you want to use a set of tires that you might want to run in a qualifier, in a practice race, or a practice run. The other thing is, to try different front tires, you kind of need to run them with new rears. You don't want to run new fronts and used rears. You're not going to get a good read on things. So it's going to make it a little challenging. I mean, I would really hope that in the future we just do controlled fronts on two-wheel drive. I don't think there's a really good reason why those tires are open any longer. So I would love to just do pre-mount, or maybe even pre-mounts in the future would be nice. Our wheel offsets are all getting pretty close. So yeah, that's, I think that should be the, 6-year plan from now. We're on pre-mounts, we're all in the same tires, and you get 2 sets for practice and 5 sets for racing, or whatever the numbers are, extra set if you make the main. And I don't think anybody's in the pits, like I haven't heard anybody complaining that it's not enough sets of tires. It's the only thing that's been frustrating is that it's changed, the information's changed throughout the event. So like two-wheel drive, we know the number, everybody knows the number, there's no changes, there's no surprises, and everybody's way more okay with that going into two-wheel.
Right on.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this facility and kind of what Larry has done here? I walked in here and my eyes just opened. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so fortunately for me, I've known Larry since he was a club racer out at Hobbytown in Gilbert, Arizona. Like, I grew up here. He, started out here. We club raced together. We knew each other. And when he was took over the Hobby Action store up the road in Tempe and then opened this, I'm like, well, if Larry's doing it, it's going to be right. And ever since we've been coming here, I've said since day one, this is the best track that we come to.
Yeah.
Once we got the tires figured out, the dirt was a little rough like the first couple of races, but once we got the tires figured out, they have the best facility, like pits, driver stand, announcer area, hobby shop. I mean, it's a true hobby shop and a true pro shop. They have a place for us to do tires. It's got AC. It's got food within walking distance, hotels within walking distance. I mean, airport's 15 minutes away. I mean, like, everything about coming into this event is just not replicated across the board at any other track that I go to. And I mean, something that I'll say for Larry is, like, we did have obviously a little bit of an issue with the tires this week. To me, not that big of a deal, but I mean, when that started to come up, I had no doubts that Larry was going to make it right for everybody, because that's the kind of guy that he is. And so I really just appreciate all the work that he's done, and any of the comments coming in negatively online or here, just they're not fair, not warranted, and
No, I think
yeah.
everybody's having a good time. It doesn't look like anybody's suffering for anything that's out there. And we had Mikhail Orlowski, one of his main things from his A3 is he said he was loose because of the fact that he ran new tires and he thought the track was, would be better with it. And he goes, I should have ran a run-in set, and that was one of the things where that was kind of when they had the one-up racing race here, kind of the world's warm-up, guys were doing one runs, and saying they dropped off past there, but things have changed, where guys are going deeper into it and finding those setups to be able to facilitate kind of where those tires are at and saying that would have been better.
Yeah, I think the tires, when they're brand new, there's a little, they are very grippy, but there's a little bit of inconsistency with them. So when these guys are out there, like let's say the A, B, C, D heats, they're right on the limit of grip, of control, of performance. And even if they have a little bit more grip, if they can't trust the car to be able to lean on it 100%, they lose speed that way. These guys are used to just putting it right on the edge, and that's where the speed comes from. So I could definitely see that with Orlowski. I mean, we've run some tires that have a little bit of time on them, not that much, and they've been pretty good. But it's going to be a little interesting in two-wheel. I think things might change up a little bit just because it's not four-wheel drive. You're really going to be dependent on that rear grip, and how far into the tire life that's ideal for that is something that everybody's going to be kind of searching for. And we're not saucing or heating or anything, but there are some tricks in that kind of tire program that everybody's going to be searching for to get a little bit of leg up on the competition. So we'll kind of see what happens over the next couple of days.
Right on. So kind of looking at it, we have a couple of questions here for you. Kind of really loaded, but this guy asked it 3 times. Can you please ask him, what do you guys do differently that stands out from TLR to Yokomo? Please ask this question. So he's asked it 3 times. So kind of just, I guess, the difference.
Yeah, I mean, so for myself, I haven't run a Yokomo car in the last few years because I've been working for TLR. So it's hard for me to say exactly. I mean, I think we definitely have in the U.S. at this stage, we have a much bigger team presence. So we have more guys running the cars, more current setups. We're at the events running in, the top of the field. And Yokomo's not quite there anymore just because they don't have a team, a real big team in the U.S. at least. They have a few guys, but none of the top guys. So it's kind of hard to compare because it's not really apples to apples. I do think that our kits, we put a lot of pride in making our kits very durable, having long wear metals, really quality plastics, fit and finish. If you build our kit out of the box, it should go together as good or better than any other kit out there. And then I think we also do that at a really good value. So how good the kit feels to build and the quality of it for the price that you pay, I think that's where we kind of lead the competition. And we're not the cheapest kit, and we're not the most expensive kit, but we feel like you're getting the most for your money when you build the kit and when you run it and find out the parts that don't need replacing and don't fail.
And the variation of it is national champion multiple times, with Dakota. So it definitely has the pedigree, and obviously TLR, Team Losi Racing is amazing. Here's another one. There was... we already asked about the 10 skill kits. Oh, there was a question down below there. So one of the big news in RC world is David Ronnefolk has left Mayako.
Yep.
Are we going to see him at TLR possibly?
I don't know. Even if some conversations were happening, that's not really my side of things, right? You got to ask Thomas about that, or maybe Todd Hodge. He'll be here later this week. But yeah, I mean, he's obviously a super talented guy. It's just, man, it's tough, to get all of these guys the salaries that they're looking for at the level that they can perform. And it doesn't take a long time for somebody to kind of not really drop out of the limelight, but not be on the top of the conversation heap, right? Like Ongaro's here and he's running well, and now you're going to talk about him maybe a little bit more than Ronnefolk coming from Europe because he's not here. Or I haven't seen him maybe as much as I'm used to. I think he had trouble traveling and running some during COVID, so I'm going to be interested to see where he lands. And I mean, he's definitely a champion, a world champion, and very capable. So I'm sure he'll get back up to speed. And start traveling to races and competing at the high level again.
And you kind of mentioned that you know these guys get paid obviously a salary, and then I've done the math. Traveled all over for MIP at the time, Mod now, doing the media stuff. And I know how much it costs to do that. And usually for the media, we're getting at least paid, at least our expenses to be there. And it's expensive. I know that. And you guys are going there basically for advertising, plus you're paying them. So those dollars, they have to come back, or they're coming into it's just real life that, like you said, that they have to be performing at top level to make it worthwhile for these companies to make sure that they're able to satisfy those salaries because they have to make sales.
Yeah, I mean, when you sign a top guy like you know, Rana Falk or Davide or Dakota Fend or Spencer, right? Like there's, you know, they earn some money as a salary. That's one number. Getting them to events around the world is a completely another. It's another number, and it's usually more than the first one because they're traveling, you know, 35 to 45 weeks a year, right? A lot. They're traveling all over the place. You have somebody like Rana Falk. I mean, he's got to travel from Sweden everywhere he runs, basically. You know, so he's got to travel all over Europe, and then all the big races quite a few of the big races are here in the U.S. So traveling over here is not inexpensive, and then that's not even counting their equipment, right? Your parts, your tires, and then if they do what you hope that they do, they go out and win. Then you got to pay them bonus money on top of that. So when you sign in one of those guys, you're not just doing it willy-nilly. You know that there's a big investment coming, and you got to understand that. And that's why you only see, you know, usually a couple of top guys at each team because, you know, nobody can really afford to have a fistful of those guys, and, you know, and be competitive and continue to bring out the products. So, yeah, it's a balancing act for sure.
Hey, most definitely. I've been running Sammy's Visions TLR truck at a lot of the NCTS series. I've been winning with it. It's been really good. I love the truck. But that said, anything new in the two-wheel drive truck realm for the people?
Yeah, so the two-wheel drive stadium truck is something that we're not done racing. We don't have anything coming out soon. I think we'll do an update maybe on our two-wheel drive buggy first, but kind of the way that it goes is you work on your two-wheel drive buggy and then maybe you add some truck stuff onto that later.
Awesome.
So we'll just leave it at that. I think short course is the real tough one. That class has definitely kind of nosed off the last couple of years, and I mean, working at Verizon, like I have access to all the Proline and AKA tire numbers, like we can really get a good idea of how the classes are, the health of those classes. And I wish short course truck was a little bit stronger, but it hasn't been lately. So that one I'm not 100% sure where we'll end up on that over the next couple of years. But you know, the quantities of race entries that we see at events and, you know, the live RC analytics breakdown that you get every week, I mean, those kind of things, as well as other data we can look at, help influence our decisions. And the way I put it is, if there's a lot of people racing a class, it's likely that we're going to be involved in it. So
Most definitely. Well, thank you so much, you know, Frank. It's been amazing having you on, and you know, I hope that the guys are able to, you know, take something home this week, and you guys are able to podium, get those top three. Let's transfer over here to this one here, Robbie Rob. It's amazing having you on, and Pro Moto X. You know, when are we seeing more of those things, man? I want some more.
Yeah, so we just had a bunch shipped last week, end of last week. So I've seen a bunch of posts from hobby shops that got them in stock the last couple of days, and then that's still not going to be enough to cover us from all of our back orders that we have. So
I'm one of those.
Next shipment's going to be like end of October, early November, if all goes to plan, and then more about a month after that, and hopefully we'll have just available stock by Christmas. But if we don't, I mean, we're just making as many as we can, as fast as we can, and we're not rushing anything. But we're, man, we thought it was going to go good, and we had
nobody could imagine this good.
I mean, and that's the thing is, like, normally we come out with, you know, a new truck or a new on-road car. Like, we have something that we sold that's similar enough. We can get a pretty good idea about the numbers, and we're going into it, you know, we might be 10% off, and we were like 400% off on this.
Man.
I mean, we did everything that we could to get the right number, but man, it's just been amazing.
What's been kind of the main holdup on on kind of the production side? Is it electronics? I hear that takes a little bit longer, than the actual car. It's because everything's done in overseas. And then there's the shipping stuff. But I hear that the electronics take a little bit longer.
Well, the electronics don't take that much longer to manufacture, but not everything is manufactured in the same warehouse. So like the electronics have to be manufactured somewhere and then installed in the vehicle as a secondary step. So that does take some time, but things like let's say a drive shaft, right? It's got to be lathe machined, it's got to be CNC machined, it's got to be
very well know.
It's got to be it's got to be hardened, it's got to be assembled, it's got to be sent somewhere to have it laser etched. And anodized parts go through a similar number of processes. So some of those metal parts, they actually take as long, if not longer, than the electronics. So we order them as fast as we could. It takes us about 90 days to manufacture anything from the time that we order it. You can get, one-off stuff, quicker, but a whole vehicle like that, it's pretty much 90 days across the board. And and then we have freight times, from Asia to the U.S. It takes about, 6 to 8 weeks on a boat.
Wow.
So you kind of,
it starts compounding. I know the feeling.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'd love to be able to order it one week and have it in stock the next, but that's, just not possible with the way that things are manufactured. So.
Well, most definitely, Frank. Well, congrats on all the success on the MX. I hope that we see more races with those here in the future. I'm sure that we will. Run Huckleberry. I know you guys are doing a special little thing down there. A shout out to them for they're doing like a little series thing, giving one away. I think you were down there. I announced down there, and dude, it's amazing thing. And hopefully, I'm sure we're going to be covering more TLR guys this weekend. Thank you for all the hard work on the platforms. Hope to see a new two-wheel drive and a two-wheel drive truck here soon. Thank you for all the support from Horizon Hobby.
You got it. Thanks,
Thank
man.
you, buddy. Alrighty, guys. So we're going to get, I know, IFMAR Moto class when? Frank's going to be part of it. 2 years. Okay. We'll switch out. We'll get this going. I think we need to get. Do you know Luke Prattley? Do you know who Luke Prattley is? We need to get him as well. We'll get that. We'll get Luke Prattley in here. I'm gonna get out of here, guys.
Yeah. And then we're ready for bounce out.
Huh?
What's wrong? All right, we are live here with Japanese national four-wheel drive champion. Go ahead and Kato Koki. Yes. Go ahead and introduce yourself. You want to tell your fans, your family hi. Japanese family.
Okay. Japanese.
Yes.
Okay.
You can speak Japanese. Say hi.
日本の皆さん夜遅くまで応援毎日ありがとうございます。ちょっと4区は全然調子上がらずダメだったんですけど、2区は挽回しますので皆さん応援引き続きよろしくお願いします。
So, you're four-wheel drive Japanese national champion currently.
Yes.
Current. I believe third two-wheel drive?
Yes, third place.
So yesterday, four-wheel drive portion, we had some people asking if you would come on and talk a little bit. I met you at Reedy Race. You were very young. You're 16 now?
Yes.
16?
Now 17.
17.
Yes.
So you have driver's license, everything. Yes. You grew up racing at with Kota Akamoto.
Yeah.
Yes, very fast. Is he still racing?
No.
No more?
Yes, no more. He's hobby wing.
Hobby wing.
Yes.
What about Julia?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Only 8 scale.
Oh, okay. Do you race much A scale yourself?
Yusuke?
Yeah. Does Yusuke race? Yes. What? You race A scale?
Yes.
Yes.
I do. Yes.
Okay. Do you prefer 10 scale or A scale?
I like 10 scale.
Yes. You're very fast at 10 scale.
Thank you.
Yes. So yesterday, I believe you were in the D main.
Yes.
35.
35. Yes.
Happy, sad?
No, sad.
Do you think it'll be better in two-wheel drive?
I hope.
Yes. What do you think of track changes? Maybe better or worse for you?
Better.
Yeah.
I like that.
What's your favorite part of the track? Sorry, we're reading here maybe some questions, but yeah. So you've been to the United States many times now. Is this maybe 3?
More.
More?
Yes.
How many times?
Maybe 5.
Well, all for RC?
Yeah, overall.
Which races have you done? Reedy race.
Desert Classic. 1 up.
Oh, 1 up?
Yes, this race.
Oh, okay. So to practice for here.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I understand. What do you think of AKA Tire Spec Tire? Good, bad? You like it or no?
I never tried this tire many times, so I don't best find the setup, but I will do my best for setup. So I don't like.
You don't like
yes.
hard.
Yes.
So back home, you also race on clay, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, clay.
Clay.
Yes.
So this is is it similar? Is it not very similar?
Never.
Never?
Yes.
Oh, got you. As far as I know, like I've met you many times, some people are asking, you guys, your father and your mother are here?
Yes.
Yes. You guys always bring me candy, the haichu, so thank you. Appreciate that. What do you do? You're 17-year-old. Obviously, are you still in school?
Yes. High school.
High school?
High school junior.
Got you.
But every time I practice RC.
Every day?
Yes, every day.
Every day. So that was actually one of the questions they asked.
Yeah, almost.
So when you practice mostly 10 scale, yes?
Yes.
Do you race any on-road?
Yeah, I do.
Do you like on-road more, or is 10 scale?
10 scale off-road.
Off-road is favorite?
Yes, favorite.
And does your dad race, or used to?
No.
Just you?
Yes.
How did you get into RC?
I think 30.
13?
Yes, no, 30.
Oh,
30.
30.
Yeah.
And does your dad, did he ever race?
Never.
Never. So maybe did a friend or a family member get you first RC car?
My father.
Your brother?
Yeah. No, my father.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sorry. Yes, sorry.
God, no, you're okay. I know. So we talked earlier. We've known each other for quite some time now. We have to go slow, slow for English.
Yes.
Thankfully, you know English because I've tried learning Japanese when I ran Kyosho. Very hard.
Yeah.
Very hard. So yeah, the 26 letters is much easier. So you have your mom and your dad here. Your dad always goes to the races, and does your mother always come with?
Sorry.
Does your mother always come to the races, or just Worlds?
No, sometimes.
Just sometimes.
Yes,
Absolutely. Four-wheel drive national champion.
Yes.
Do you think the biggest difference in competition from Japan to America is Japanese drivers we've had very, very fast in the past? Is the talent coming up? Because you've come to Reedy Race and ran with the best when you were very young.
Yeah.
So Japanese, American, European, where do you feel everyone stacks?
American is the best driver.
David Ongaro.
Yeah.
David Ongaro.
Yeah, I know. Yes. Yes. Before, I think American is the best drivers, but now is European.
Yes.
Yeah, some people.
Yeah, very many people.
Yeah,
obviously, Worlds they like to see where everyone feels they stack. We have a question. First RC car.
Tamiya.
Tamiya.
Yes, Tamiya on road.
On road.
Yes.
Ah, very nice, very nice. And you have some fans right here saying hi. I know you said you have to leave soon, so we wanted to get very short interview. So I appreciate your time, and
thank you.
You have fans on here, so if you want to say goodbye in Japanese, go ahead.
皆さん応援引き続きよろしくお願いします。
Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So it's always good to have the international drivers on here, guys. We were trying to do our best. We brought you Martin Bayer, I believe, was sitting up here. Obviously, Frank Root's from America, but everyone very curious on the Losi car. So we thank you, Kato. We have all kinds of good stuff in the works, but it is starting to wrap up here as is 4:19. I believe we have to be out of here at 5 o'clock, if not 5:30. Robert, you want to jump in here for Canada?
Sure, why not?
Hey, get in here. We're trying to get everyone dialed in. So we got Robert in here.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing?
Want me to put this thing on?
Yeah, throw her on. Hey, Robert, still, your fans online still call you Inferno. Inferno Rob.
Yeah, that's
hard to escape the nickname, but you are an X-ray driver now.
I am an X-ray driver. Believe it or not, the Inferno nickname was long before I was in RC.
Really?
Yeah.
Explain that to us.
As a little kid, I had an affinity for playing with fire.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I loved anything to do with the fireplace, campfires, anything like that, and ended up burning my fingers one time, and well, the name just kind of stuck.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So I saw you Thursday. Obviously, you're from Canada. Ty Tessman's from Canada as well, but I don't believe you guys are in the same area.
No. Both Paul Parks and Ty Tessman, they're probably about a couple hours away from each other, but they're about a 10-hour drive or so away from me. I'm on the extreme west coast of Canada.
Gotcha. Awesome. Well, I guess we'll kind of sum up off some of the questions that we're asking here. What was your first RC car?
Oh, hobby grade.
Okay.
First hobby grade RC.
I'm sorry. Yes,
yeah.
yes. So
yeah. So yeah, the very first one I ever had was a Marui Big Bear.
I don't even know if I know that.
Oh, it's going way back. I think the first production of that came out was 1980 or 1981, and Marui's not around as an RC company anymore. They still do models, as far as I know.
Okay.
But, yeah, it was a two-wheel drive, sprung rear axle, and sprung front end, like no oil shocks, nothing like that, with a Datsun truck body on it.
Oh, that's cool.
It was pretty cool back in the day. Yeah.
So what are your thoughts from the four-wheel drive layout to now the two-wheel drive layout? You feel like it's gonna fit you better? You like the other layout? What's your thoughts?
I think the layout itself looks like it has more high speed to it than the four-wheel drive, so we'll be able to open it up more. But the challenge, I think, is going to be trying to set yourself up to rhythm certain sections with short takeoffs to the triple over here and a couple other sections that look like you got short takeoffs. I think the challenge is going to be trying to keep it smooth every lap.
Do you feel more comfortable with your two-wheel drive or your four-wheel?
Oh, that's a tough question. I've always felt more comfortable with a four-wheel drive, but as a couple of people have said, you come to an event like this, if you're a fast guy back home, you're going to come to this and you're going to be very quickly humbled.
Yes.
And I feel more comfortable with my four-wheel drive, so now I really just need to focus and keep my head down and drive as best that I can without making any errors.
I've been a fan of you for a long time. We met back at DNC, I do believe, and one thing that I've always thought of you is you were one of the kindest guys in RC. So I'll ask you kind of a different question than we would typically get. What would you say to the younger generation or even the older generation helping the younger guys get in? The most important thing coming into this hobby on the racing scale of things is to focus on? Kind of a loaded question, I know.
Yeah, for the new kids that are just getting into it, or you don't even need to be a kid to get into this. I would say the biggest thing is ask questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question when you're at the racetrack, because if you don't know and you don't ask, well, then it's kind of dumb that you didn't ask. But don't be afraid to approach the guys that are pros that have been around for a long time and ask the questions, because I've been doing this 30 plus years now, and I've answered everything from what kind of shock springs, or do you go by a color that looks better on a car? I mean, honestly, people don't understand some of those things. Like when I first got into it, I had no idea that the colors of a spring actually meant different rates.
Right.
So yeah, ask the questions. Always ask questions.
That's a good answer right there, because you're right. At the time, I remember at the time there was different color springs, and you really just don't know until someone explains to you everything. So,
yeah.
And maybe it's a little bit different now. Thankfully, we live in an era where you can get online and answer a lot of questions, but obviously the human connection is more important. And like I said, you've always been super helpful. Always one of the nicest guys in the pits, and it's just awesome having you out here representing Canada.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I was getting some love earlier. I will show you the picture. I'm getting some love on that. You guys took a picture of my body, but that one particular thing. Okay.
Go ahead.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
That's all I can say is if you know, you know.
That's some good stuff. We'll keep that in the inside.
That's on the download.
That's on the download. That's funny. While we have you, you have fans on here. Like I said, your name's been up in the chat. See, you already got Big Rob, everyone in here. Anyone you want to say hi to, use this time. It's your platform.
Well, definitely want to say, thank you and I love you to my girlfriend back home. My mom, I know she's been checking this out here and there, and she's like all excited for me being at a World Championship event. she doesn't quite understand how it works, but I just love that they've got a lot of friends back home. They're putting it up on a big screen at one of my buddy's places, and they're watching the races. They're following along. Of course, huge shout out to my sponsors, X-Ray, RC America, Macklin, J Concepts, Expert RC. I mean, those guys, they've helped my program a lot. It's unfortunate that we don't have a battery that was submitted in time for IFMAR. I heard there was some real tight time constraints for that.
Right.
So, other than that, I mean, just a lot of friends, family that are watching back home. I appreciate all the support they give me online.
I was about to say, you can already see it coming in. You got some fans right here.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I'm not just saying this because you're sitting in the booth. Every single time you've hit the track, the chat just, Infernal Rob, and I'm like, that's my boy right there. So,
right on, man, right on.
Appreciate you having you here, and we'll keep an eye on you on two-wheel drive.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the time.
Yes, sir.
All right.
We're going to bring in another actual first time we've had a Kyosho representative in the booth.
There's only a couple of you here.
I know.
It's good to see them.
The Big Red. You can go ahead and put the headset on. Oh, we got mosquitoes. Make sure you don't get bit right there. And I have only talked to you maybe one time. English is decent? Or English good? No English?
No.
Okay, so I will let you give maybe a minute or two. You could speak Japanese to your fans, and maybe, I know you know a little bit of English, new parts on Kyosho car.
Yeah.
Maybe, I know it's hard to explain, the back D block?
Yeah.
New? Is a new D block?
Yeah.
Maybe we can get you to bring your car up, but go ahead, use your time, speak Japanese to your fans and friends back home. Just Japanese. You can speak Japanese.
I'm so nervous.
It's okay. So you're 16 years old.
Yeah, nearly 17.
Nearly 17. Yeah. You have a driver's license?
No.
No.
Over 18 years old.
Oh, 18 in Japan. You ride the train, subway? In Japan, it's subway, I believe. Okay. Well, I will try to ask some questions. No new Kyosho car, RB7.
Yeah.
And ZX7. Same. Chikuba, here, no new car.
In the future?
In the future?
No.
Maybe a little bit. Well, we have to be
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yes, very, very shy. He told me he couldn't speak English yesterday. Yes, so Matt brought him on, but we just wanted to give chance. Like I said, Japanese, speak Japanese, friends, family back home. You can say hi in Japanese to everyone.
Konnichiwa.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate having you, and good job with Kyosho.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Matt, we want to pan to the track right there. I appreciate, Frank Cruz on here. Yes, new RB7 parts, sorry, not pants. We wanted to try our best to get some more coverage in here. We're gonna have Matt come up.
I make this stream.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
No, good times, man. I can't. All the coverage, you and Wayne and everybody. He's the other guy.
The other guy.
That's now him. He's the other guy.
Oh, he was butthurt about
I
that.
know.
He was like, what?
He's like, who called me that?
So, fun fact, go ahead and tell the story. First off, I will say, what you guys have been doing out there on Facebook, YouTube, and in this comment stream right here, giving all the love to Matt, the mod team, we really appreciate it. And we just had some funny comments come in, and we've all been busting each other. I've gotten mine. The first thing, I had a 5-minute intro, and the first thing I say is the 2013 world.
Yeah.
So we all busting each other's butts.
First coming into this entire thing, you're like 2013.
And I was just
world.
like, it's going to be a long week.
What's this guy doing? What's this guy doing? Oh, man. So, yeah, guys. So, ask us more, too, what you guys would like for coverage. We've been doing a ton. We let you know that Shu's going to be out of here soon. So, probably, honestly, our photo game's probably going to be dropping off a little bit through the two-wheel drive portion. I don't want it to be, but we're going to do our best. They might not be as good, but the video game will be on par. So the live coverage side of it's going to be still perfect.
Dialed.
Oh, mentioned for I'll have to go post a link. But for the Crohn's disease guys, we're going to be waffling off a signed Mod Live Media jersey, the broadcast jerseys, the red ones that you guys saw us with yesterday. Those are all custom made just for this Worlds event. They'll be only worn once and then framed. So we're going to frame that. The
and
3 world champions, the top three, have signed it. And this is for, Brian Kenwald had Crohn's disease, and it ultimately took him. And we usually, I do waffles for other stuff. It's usually to help the mod stream to, for at least us to cover our fees. We're able to do that this weekend with Larry's help. So I'd say it's bad taste to do it during, obviously, a World Championships. But for something like this, I think it's within good taste, something for a good cause.
Especially with the BK Classic coming up at this
BK
venue.
Classic coming up very soon, actually. So
October 20th, I believe, that weekend of the 20th.
Yeah. So we'll get that going. We'll have it framed and sent out to you guys. We'll draw it live here. We have a live spinning wheel that we'll put it on. I'll post up the link here for you guys. I'll jump out of here. I'll go over to my computer and put that in so you guys can get those. $20 a ticket. And we'll put it on a big spinning wheel live for everybody to see who the winner is going to be. And let's raise some money for a good cause.
Yeah, I think that's going to be awesome. Well, Matt does that. I'm taking notes of the guys you want. Greg Drasher. A lot of these guys have actually left the building. I believe we have to be out of here in maybe half.
One guy already left, that Schumacher guy.
Yeah, exactly. We've had a few. Yeah, Pratley's already left. We've had a few guys that you guys have requested. They are not at the track. So today is a dark day, and that means the track is closed. No cars will be hitting the track. Let me scoot in here a little bit for you guys. So no cars will be hitting the track. They put the 2-wheel drive layout. Maybe we can pan to camera 4 or 1. Matt, maybe we could pan to camera 4 or 1. Maybe camera 1 as he hits it. There we go. You guys can get an idea of the layout here. Slight changes. You can kind of see the blue groove left over from the last layout as we drop the waffle. As we drop the waffle link right there. Yeah, we actually interviewed Alex yesterday a little bit about his channel on YouTube, Alex from Hobbyplex, as we get a panorama right here, Matt, on the joystick. How many cars have been entered in a 2-wheel? It should be right around the same as 4-wheel, probably, around 140, 150. As you can see, there's our mod booth. There's one of the camera areas by Tech. But for the most part, we pretty much covered a lot of the things we wanted to get done today. Again, a lot of these drivers on their way out as hobby action is going to be closing. Racing action is going to start, well, let me rephrase that. Practice action will start again tomorrow at 9 a.m. So we do have 4 rounds of free practice followed by 2 rounds of controlled practice. And so all these drivers are pretty much opting to run the AKA tire front and rear. It seems like even though it is open on the rear end, they want to keep it the same. And then Friday, we'll start at 9 o'clock again. There will be one controlled practice round followed by 4 qualifying rounds. And then a final qualifying, well, first a controlled practice again on Saturday, but the final round of qualifying on Saturday. And they will be taking the top 3 rounds, your points for the top 3 rounds out of 5. And that'll position you for your main events. Of course, we have our A main practices, and then we'll go straight into our lower mains. First, I think there's 5 lower mains before they start A1, and then another block of 4 or 5 mains, A2, and down the list right there. I'm not exactly sure of the amount of people per block allowed. I believe it's the percentage off your nationals. I think it's like 30% qualify in, so I don't know what the cap is myself. But being that it is America, of course, there's going to be, I believe most world championships have the most amount of American drivers, typically anyways, in 10 scale at least. And definitely at this event, Team Associated made a huge picture too, just not that this is only American drivers, but Team Associated has like half of this event, almost nearly 40% or maybe just over. And quite a few of those guys are American, and then just, like I said, being that this is in the United States, typically that's how it goes. So if the host state usually, or host country, sorry, typically has quite a bit of drivers, as it's the most easiest to go to, especially when you get a world championship in your country, you want to attend it. So yeah, I want to thank you guys again for joining. Tomorrow we will be live. We appreciate all the shares, the likes, the subscriptions. If you haven't already gone over to Mod Speed Shop and checked out that $20 waffle for the Brian Kinwald Foundation, Crohn's disease. It's not Brian Kinwald's foundation, but it does help him. And yeah, just kind of give you guys an idea of what's going on here. Not too much to talk about. How many stick radios sold at A-Main today? Yeah, that's an interesting one, huh? As they are watering the track. Matt, anything you want to do? Want to jump on here and kind of close out, or Jake Thayer?
Yeah,
We did interview Jake earlier, or I'm sorry, yesterday before the track build was complete. He's been a busy dude.
He's been a busy guy.
Yeah, he's pretty much running this place.
He's a busy guy. Him and obviously kind of right-hand man at OCRC back in the day. And he ran the whole hobby shop there and did a very good job, and basically came on as manager here, and kind of fit right in. New name, basically the same craft. So he does an awesome job for tire hobby action, and it shows proofs in the pudding with this place, and it looks absolutely immaculate. So guys, I
qualifying starts on Friday, so tomorrow will all be practice, and then there'll be one round of practice on Friday, but 11:15 is the tentative schedule for qualifying local time. So it is currently 4:16, so if you want to kind of make a note of your time versus when we'll start, but you guys can check out liverc.com, go under the IFMAR tab, and it should have the schedule. Go to Mod's Facebook. I'm thinking maybe we can post this up tonight, or at least a start time, so everyone knows.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Hey, we'll be going live probably half an hour or so before they start tomorrow, and we'll just continue to give you guys the best coverage we possibly can. All those interviews that you saw, we have Cam Colin here, and hopefully we can have those snipped and kind of sectioned off, so you guys could go if you want to subscribe to. Is it Mod Media?
Yeah, Mod Media on YouTube, guys. And for those guys, there's a lot of. When did we start today? No, we got a lot of YouTube comments, not much Facebook, but hopefully we're still live on the Facebooks there. Yeah, it looks like we are.
Checking that out.
Yeah, we still have our Facebooks there. Definitely much lower than before. People are sick and tired of hearing us. So yeah, guys, appreciate everything. One thing is for some reason when we stream to all these different places, Facebook is sometimes not so nice to us, so sometimes we can't get it up and going. So if you want to be up to date on when I think we go live at 9 tomorrow?
Yeah.
So we'll be live at 9 Mountain Standard Time tomorrow. And that will be two-wheel drive. Is it two-wheel drive just practice tomorrow?
Yep, just practice. There's going to be 4 rounds of controlled, followed by 4 rounds of open, followed by 2 of controlled.
Perfect. So should be firing on all cylinders, guys. Tomorrow, team is great. So thank you again. To these guys, there's we got Cam over here, Jason Bollinger, obviously Zach, Wayne, Chris, David, Ari. It's Rob, and it's just been Giovanni. It's been a blessing, to bring you guys this coverage, and we've been able to have the budget to bring everybody on and make this happen. And I'm glad everybody's been enjoying it. It's grantedly so. It's a passion for me. I really enjoy trying to help RC grow, and just you guys just tuning in really helps us out, and everything like that. So if you guys have any last minute questions, they're shutting down here at 5 o'clock. We've basically been live the entire time that we've been here, kind of taking those interviews and something a little bit different than what we're used to, kind of just straight racing action and kind of just getting racers, and it's been kind of nice.
And again, if you guys are just now joining us, we will be clipping all of the interviews. I do believe that's the plan.
Best as possible, at least.
Yeah, and we had some awesome ones. We've had Drake up here. We've had Shin Adachi. We've had Frank Root. Who am I missing? Martin Bayer. You interviewed. Who else did you interview?
Yep. We had
Schumacher guys.
We had on
Brock Champlin.
Yeah, Brock Champlin was up here as
Trish.
well. We had Trish from Trish Bits. Yeah, it's amazing. So yeah, thank you so much. We had you guys got Jason Rona the other day, and
that was an awesome interview.
Yep, no, it was really really good. So it's cool, guys. So it's good to talk to everybody. You guys kind of we see a lot of people all the time, and everybody has a story. You know, so it's pretty cool.
The racers, thankfully, this is an indoor facility. They lock it up tight. Of course, there's some stuff that people will bring home, especially if they don't want anything happening in their cars or anyone sneaking through the pits. But for the most part, all these racers leave, 85% of their gear here.
Yeah.
And Chris giving us a little bit of love. Thank you, Chris.
What's going on, Mr. Champlin?
Appreciate having you. Reminds me of Supercross.
Yeah, he
That's
was
awesome.
saying, he goes, you guys are better than Supercross. I heard that somebody had comments. They're like, we're comparing you guys to it was F1.
Wow.
And they were like, you guys are, and not even
a little boast right there,
not
but
even
hey,
boasting
nothing wrong.
about it. It's pretty cool. I was like, that's a cool comment. They're like, you guys do a lot of good stuff other than compared to them. So I was like, oh, that's pretty sweet.
Well, again, we wouldn't have a job without you guys, so appreciate you guys even watching.
And you know what? In all honesty, like, you guys are awesome because I was just looking at the stream and we had open practice. I'm like, I just want to watch this. I watch my own stream. We've done a lot of streams. I'll go back to them. I don't want to watch them. This one, it's been pretty sweet.
So they're asking, I saw this twice now, no female interviews. We had Nana walk up not long ago, and I was going to try to see if she can interview. I'm not sure how good Nana's English is.
Not
What about,
positive.
I believe, is her name
Antonia?
Antonia, maybe her English is probably good, yeah?
It's better. I think she's Portuguese.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe we can get her up here at some point. And then there's also Harley, I believe. She's Team X-Ray, so I believe I think those are the only three that I know of, but if we can get any of them up at some point, or if you guys are friends with any of them out there, let them know to come talk to us. We'd love to have them in the booth, especially tomorrow. It's another practice day, so it's not as crucial for us to be on the racing at all times, and there's a lot more breaks. So yeah, definitely want to get their take on the weekend. And let's see, is this the first time IFMAR has had a dual WC from 2 different world championships? I'm a little bit confused on the question. Maybe I'm just dumb.
So
are you mean like 8 scale, 10 scale?
Yes, 2 back-to-back.
Back-to-back, yeah.
Back to back, I believe it is.
This is the first time.
I believe it is.
But the same
he won
worlds
both
event.
electric and, but something where they've been in 2 different facets, the 8 scale Nitro Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. That's for sure the first time it's been held at the same time. I'm pretty sure we've had that confirmed a few times.
Yeah, because Pavitas had it in both 8 scale and I believe it was 4-wheel drive.
Oh, then maybe I'm wrong. So it's just been a long time.
No, but he didn't have it back-to-back, though.
Oh, okay. We're holding it at the same time.
Holding it at the same time. Current reigning world champion of both. I don't think so. I think he was the first one to do it.
And we were joking, I'm sure you were listening earlier, but talking to Angaro yesterday, I mean, he's always been super free-spirited. I was there whenever he won his very first world titles, and he was getting teched. Everyone was going on you brought it up early, they call him on gyro.
On gyro.
And they were teching his car and stuff, and, his dad and his pit guy, I forget.
Sean Ireland, one of our other interviews, he was saying, because we were talking about that, cause the whole, gyro game thing, and he goes, yeah, it's in his fingers, it's pretty nuts.
15 more minutes here.
15 minutes. They're going to kick us out of here, man.
But even that first world title, when they were trying to do all that tech nonsense on him, he was just chilling. He was just like, meh, because he knew that there was no problem, right? Yesterday you saw him, and he's carrying around his trophy, talking on the phone, and I went and interviewed him. I said, hey, well, who are you talking to? Like, I'm assuming friends or family. He's like, my dad was asleep. He just wanted to call and congratulate me. Like, no big deal. Yeah. Just another world title.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty cool. It's got to be frustrating to be his competition. I'm certainly glad I don't have to race him anymore.
Yeah, you really had a chance, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You look at that, and it's just like, this guy is so good that it's just not even a big deal.
He built his car on Wednesday so good, dude. It's kind of a,
too. It's so disheartening.
It's disheartening.
I would love to talk to Cavallari and see how his weekend's gone, especially through all the different changes he's gone through, where he's at in his career and his life.
I can go and pull him over.
I was going to say, if we can get Cav in for one before we leave,
I don't know
I'm
if
sure.
I saw him down there earlier.
Maybe Wayne will. Yeah, if
Wayne's
you don't
gonna
mind,
go
we'll see if
try
we
and
can
find
get
him
Pudge
in
up in
the
this one.
Schumacher pit.
And that would be cool. I'm trying to. I believe he had a white shirt on today.
You know what we need to do right now?
Eat. I'm starving.
Well, that. But I need to have an interview with Shu. This will be his last day. He's coming up right behind us.
We should get an interview with Shu. If you guys don't know Shu, we're getting kicked out.
Larry's coming over here. He's
Panda.
He's got a faster pace than usual. Or he's bringing me a Coca-Cola.
Shameless plug.
Oh yeah, shameless. There we go.
Drink Coca-Cola.
And go to Larry's Hobby Action Raceway. Chandler,
Good job
Arizona.
on that one.
Yeah, I kind of
Yeah, you
muffed that
kinda
up.
messed-
I was
you kinda
reading.
messed
I
that
was
one.
reading the Brian
It
Kinwald
was
Classic. To be
terrible.
honest with
That
you,
was
I was
terrible.
like, it's the
So-
2013 Worlds though, you know. So
Fired. We're never going to get another Worlds again.
What are you talking about?
Just everything. We're getting interviews, all
everything.
sorts of
We're
stuff.
gonna try to get Cav up here.
We're going to try and get Cab. I know we got 15 minutes.
Like 5 minutes. I promise.
I
We'll
need
be
to
out.
go get myself a Coca-Cola product.
Or a Dasani water.
Or a Dasani water.
Monster.
Or a Monster.
Dr. Pepper.
Or Powerade.
Or any zero product.
Any sort of thing from Coca-Cola.
The RC diet is covered.
I know.
Sponsorship.
Most definitely. Not all of it at once, though. It's probably not healthy, but they are delicious.
Dinner with Cav tonight. They do have water though, so there's that.
That's true. I don't think he's here.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's already
We'll
gone.
just have to put him on FaceTime.
I need to personally have a...
You want to have one with Jason?
I need to have one with Jason.
Is he right here?
He's
Wayne,
right behind us.
can you get JB? I'm gonna bounce out, guys. Appreciate you having me. I've had a blast so far, and I look forward to speaking with you guys tomorrow. So
I'll have you switch to camera to the main cam.
You're up. Oh no. Oh yeah.
And then we'll do like a sign off, and then I'll come over there and play commercials. This is your last day?
It is.
All right, guys. Well, take off your badge. You don't need that. It's just getting in the way. All right, guys. Well, we're here with none other than, I call him Shu, but Jason Bollinger here from, you know it better than I, from JB Photography. Jay Bollinger Photography. He's got the longest email in the world, I swear to God. Anyways, this guy kills it on the camera. All those awesome shots that you guys are seeing, that's from this guy right here. Lead us through, Jason, kind of your background story and how you're now part of the World Championships.
Well, I have been in the RC hobby / industry for 20-ish years. I started racing in 2004 or 5. I was the main photographer for the Jimmy Babcock Racing League for a couple of years around that time. From 2007 to 2011, I worked for Extreme RC Cars magazine before we went under, unfortunately. That's actually one of the experiences with Matt.
That's how we met.
Here. After that, I kind of bounced around as a contributor with RC Car Action, RC Driver, and even though I haven't generally been as involved in the industry recently, I've been in and out of it. I'll pick it up and race for a little bit and then kind of drop off and start again. And I'm not as fast as I used to be, but I still have a lot of fun with it. And I'm very happy to be here at the Worlds. It's been great seeing this high caliber of racing and also getting to see people that I haven't seen in 10 years. So it's been a lot of fun to be here and to bring you guys all the photos we've been taking.
Awesome. And it's shout out to what you normally do and where people can find you and or get in contact with you for future stuff.
Well, thank you. My website is jasonbollinger.com. Where did my lanyard go?
Yeah, definitely. His name's terrible at the end. It's a tongue twister.
My website is just my name, jasonbollinger.com. I do mostly commercial photography, a little wedding photography, a little bit of everything. So, thank you.
We got Cody Roth here. Shout out to Jason. Remember him killing the photos at JBRL 10 plus years ago.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, Red Light Theory. Thank you, Jason, for your service. Yeah, this guy kills it. He makes us look good, guys. All the awesome photos that you see on Mod Live Media on Facebook. He's taken all of them, and all the sweet little captions he does, that's him too, so you can't blame me for anything. It may be, but they're quippy. I like them.
The tater puns yesterday,
go and check out the tater one. It's actually it's good, clean fun. Don't get me wrong. Incredible work from Hot Rod Hobby. So shout out Jimmy Babcock.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan Dunford.
Ryan Dunford shouting out. Yeah, it's been amazing having you on the team. Definitely upped our level. He did all the, if you guys see the little scrolling bar at the bottom, he helped us out with that, and just, you know, his work ethic and everything's been top notch. So anybody needs him for any sort of work, you know, hit him up. And we know that we'll be using him in the future. I think he's going to possibly join us again at a J Concepts race coming up here at Hoosier.
Planning on being at
we'll see.
Hoosier at the INS race in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, because you're out of Kentucky?
Eastern Kentucky, about 3 hours southeast of Hoosier.
3 hours from civilization is Jason.
Well, I'm only an hour and a half from civilization. I live a little bit south of Lexington, but...
He tells me where he lives, and I'm like, you're in the sticks. You're way out there.
My neighbors are cow farmers, and we sometimes have cows in our driveway when we come home, and it's very, very different from...
Very different life.
Growing up in Southern California, but I like it.
Most definitely. Well, shout out to... you've got your wife back home, too, and she's probably...
She is.
You know, you're going to have to kind of clip this one from Cam, you know, to our interview with Jason Bollinger. You know, she's holding down the fort right now.
She is.
So, Jason, amazing work. I know that, you know, I've let people know that our photo game, I'm totally passing off the buck to you because you're leaving us. I don't want it, guys, but he's leaving us. You know, he's got a wedding to shoot. You know, and that was pre-planned before we got the World Championships. And, you know, in my best efforts for him not to be friends with this person anymore for their wedding, you know, I tried for all of us out there. He's choosing his friend.
Still a little worried that I'm going to show up at the airport tomorrow and find out that he has somehow gotten me on the no-fly list, but we'll see.
No comment?
Not
no
yet,
comment.
at least.
No comment to that. I did book his ticket. I do know all his information, and I did pay for it. So maybe we'll see.
I am kind of at Matt's mercy.
So
we'll see if I make it home.
It's gonna happen. Well, no comment. I can't say anything. Plead the fifth. So he's been doing an amazing job, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, all the likes and everything. And you know, so like I said, if our photo game goes down, it's actually his fault. It's not my fault. So I'm not as good at that as he is. So it is what it is. So we bring the best people on the crew for the World Championships. I couldn't think of anybody better suited than Jason here to handle the world's coverage for us. And hope that, you know, for the tens of dollars that we're paying him, that he will come out again to shoot more RC coverage with us again.
All the very kind compliments I'm getting here only cost me $20. I'll pay you later, Matt.
Yeah, he actually has to pay me to work at the Worlds. That's just how it is. That's RC car media for you. So thank you, Jason, so much again for all your hard work. Everybody's saying that it's just Jason's the best. Super stacked images, great coverage. Mod is killing it for the highlights.
Sorry, one of the comments here. Just send a look-alike to the wedding. I have not found anybody unfortunate enough to be close enough in appearance to me to go to that wedding. But if I have any volunteers, let me know.
You can't. Yeah, they could even look like them, but you can't stunt double. You know, perfection as far as the photos go. So I'm gonna try. You know, we're gonna have. We're gonna see. But it is what it is. He's gonna get as much work as he can done for us, and kind of load up some photos, and we'll be posting them throughout as best coverage that we can get. So thank you, guys. We'll end it off pretty much with that, with Jason here, kind of signing off for the week. He'll be helping us out tomorrow, and then he's flying out. And it is what it is. So we greatly appreciate all his contribution to the Worlds, guys, and could not be happier with him, part of the Mod Life media team. And pretty much it. We are 6 minutes away from being kicked out of here. So I think we'll end up getting out of the booth here. We'll probably play some commercials from our awesome sponsors like Stick It One, Team Associated, J Concepts, Sanwa, ProTech, A-Main, RC Raceworks, aka Coca-Cola, Roar, Angry Crab Shaft. They give us 10% off if you're racing this weekend. P1 Paving and Construction, and of course Mod Live Media and mod. So, Jason, any final words for everybody out there that you would like to say? Has your experience out here at the World Championships, probably one of the first big events you've done since in quite a while?
This is one of the biggest races I've been to. I've been to a lot of races, but this is actually my first Worlds. It's been a great experience, and I'm really happy to hear that you're all enjoying the photos.
So thank you guys so much. We'll jump out of the booth here. We'll probably get Rob on to switch it to a camera real quick, and we're going to get this one going. Be sure to check out the BK Classic, the Desert Classic, out here at this amazing facility at Hobby Action RC Raceway. We're jumping off the mics here. Thank you guys. Tune in with us at 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time for some more heart-pumping racing action as we continue the charge for now two-wheel drive world champion. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Good night, guys.
Whether it be chasing checkered flags, blasting through berms, or navigating the trail, AE has you covered. Team Associated, Element RC, Reedy Power, and Factory Team, vehicles, parts, accessories, and information can all be found in one place. So blast, slide, soar, and crawl with us at AssociatedElectrics.com.